It is 12 o'clock, everybody, so let's start the day like we mean to carry on and try and be precise and on time. Welcome to deliberations for our long-term plan 2024 to 2044. And can I please ask that we start our meeting with our usual karakia? Thank you. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi aki ana te atakura, e tio, e hoka, e hauhu, ti hei Māori ora. Thank you all, and welcome, as I said, councillors, to staff, to members of the public that are here, also those that are listening and watching online. Welcome to this deliberations council meeting of Wednesday the 22nd of May 2024. We do have an apology from Councillor Barker, Councillor Boyle, just noting Councillor Boyle, apology for lateness. Move that apology, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against, carried. Thank you. We also do have a late item. As you will be aware, there is a late item regarding the voting for the Electra Trust Board. So I'd just like to move acceptance of that item. Thank you, Councillor Olsen. And all those in favour? Thank you. Just a couple of minor points that we need to do. First, any declarations of interest? I think in deliberations, I think we're probably all covered in that space. But just want to formally check, Councillor Proctor, you were away for the hearings of submissions. Just want to confirm that you have either watched or listened or seen or read everything that was in those hearings. If you could just publicly announce that, thank you.
Yes, I've read the 2,000 pages of submissions and watched a 4-hour, 57-minute video of hearings.
And Councillor Horry-Parr, you were absent for the second day of hearings, I assume.
Yes, I confirm that I've watched.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let us move then to our first report, which is Long-Term Plan 2024-2044 Deliberations Summary Report. And can I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 of that report, seconded by Councillor Tamihana? All those in favour? And I just want to, I suppose this is a good opportunity to start the day and introduce what's in front of us and a little bit about the process. There won't be officers reporting, and we've had plenty of time to ask questions and to seek clarification of any issues. We'll be taking the reports as having been read. If you do have questions or anything, clarification that you are seeking, then obviously the Chief Executive will attempt to answer those for you. I've also foreshadowing that there will be some extra resolutions that have not been presented to you before today that Councillor Tukapua has given to the democracy team in the last 24 hours, and they will be brought to you at the appropriate time. Also, just noting that there is, especially in the activities report 3, there were a number of items there that were highlighted in the different topics that weren't necessarily part of the recommendations, and they will also be, we've just tidied that up and made some adjustments in that space as well. Councillor Tukapua.
Could I just mention that
The democracy team requested from all councillors if we had resolutions to get them in early in writing. And yes, I responded and did that, but I just don't want people to think that I'm the only one that did that by just referencing me. We all had the same opportunity.
Yeah, sure. I wasn't trying to single anyone out in that space. It's just that it was, yeah, okay. So look, we're about to endeavour to deliberate on a process that has been long involved, comprehensive, exhaustive, but open and transparent. As you've seen, 26 different workshops that we have attended over that period. So any suggestion that we have not put in the hard work to be able to get to a day like today, I'd like to dismiss immediately. But also that the engagement process and the consultation process has been along the same lines. I don't believe our community has could have any qualms about us not being open and transparent about the process, and that they've had every opportunity to contribute to this long-term plan. And I'm sure that led to many of the positive and constructive submissions that we did receive. If I do have any frustration around this process, it's the fact that we're still operating in a vacuum of uncertainty about many of the reforms that are in front of us, and also the constraints around the funding model that we also exist in at the moment. Can I also, though, thank all those involved in the hard work that has gone into being able to get us to this stage today. Usually I do that at the end of the meeting, but I think today warrants actually, acknowledging the huge amount of work that's gone into supporting us through this process. Having officers at engagement sessions has been extremely valuable, not only for members of the public but also for us too. And I think reflected in the fact that we got 499 submissions was, as the Chief Executive says, it's, not many more than what we received for the Waikawa issue. But I think a lot of that is reflective of the amount of work and effort that went in prior or through that consultation period. I'd also like to acknowledge the analysis from officers that has been presented to us. It is comprehensive, but I also think it's not fluffy. It's reasonably direct, so there's plenty of opportunity for councillors to get across that, and I've really appreciated that. Through this consultation period, I think we have done things a little differently. The engagement process has been a little different. I think the way that we have engaged with youth in particular has been a real highlight, and reflected in, again, the submissions. And the figure that stood out for me was the fact that there was something like a 40% increase in those between 25 and 45 that had responded to this consultation document. So, I think it's cool that we have got all sectors of the community that have contributed to our day. So, looking forward to a really positive and constructive day. We will be deliberate, as I've said, and it may on occasions be page by page, topic by topic, so that if anyone wishes to contribute, then they are more than willing and able to do so. So, with that, we will move to our first topic, which is 4.2, Deliberations Report Number 1, Managing Waste. Just noting that two of the recommendations that Councillor Tukapua has forwarded to us relate to this topic, and we'll have them up on screen, no doubt, shortly. But can I just move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3, report be received and Council thanks the ministers for their time, acknowledge their submissions. Seconded by Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Against, carried. Thank you. All right, moving to topic number 1, to a landfill legacy rate, live-in landfill aftercare and landfill debt. There is a recommendation on at 2.4. Does anyone wish to move that? Happy to be moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Tukapua. Is there any debate or discussion on this topic? Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, did the mover want to speak first? No. Look, I have some challenge with this because we have heard through submissions around the issue of the differential for the rural sector, and certainly that submission or those submissions have persuaded me that it's entirely appropriate to have a differential in relation to the legacy rate, not least because I think it's fair in terms of the urban v rural usage and demand for the landfill service, let's call it, but more so the impact of not having a differential means that in order to accommodate the targeted rate, we've had to take around $2 million out of the representation and governance targeted rate and put that into the general rate. And so that disproportionately impacts on the rural sector. I'm an urban elected representative, but I can see the unfairness in the consequence of what we're doing here. And because there is a disproportionate impact, what we're actually doing is in trying to have a flat rate that is fair across the district, we're actually creating indirectly more unfairness because, as I say, one sector is now paying a large proportion through the general rate. So for that reason, yeah, look, I was hoping to put an alternative motion forward, but I think that this is probably going to go forward, so that's fine. But I just wanted to outline my reasons that I'm likely to not support this.
Councillor Proctor.
Thanks. I was hoping Councillor Jennings was going to put an alternative motion forward due to the unfairness issue that we're lumping these extra costs onto our rural sector and providing very little services to them. They constantly turn up to submissions and talk about the extra costs that they're burdened with. However, my real concern is that is about the effectiveness of recycling. And I think all the reports and workshops we've had, it's been showing that the cost of recycling is not contributing much to waste minimisation. That's my understanding of reading the reports. I mean, I would be much preferred to look at option 4 of removing curbside recycling across the district.
Hang on, that's the next topic, recycling. This is just the landfill legacy rate and aftercare.
Obviously, I jumped the gun.
Yes, you did. I know you're keen to get into that discussion.
Sorry,
yeah. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, look, I won't take too much time up, given I think Councillor Jennings has probably highlighted the same sort of concerns I have. So I won't be supporting this, but yeah, I'm maybe open to something else.
Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, just to point out that of all those that submitted, just over 50% agreed to our preferred option, which is obviously the majority according to the stats on page 85. Furthermore, this is a legacy issue, not necessarily a legacy rate. I know people who were once urban here who are now rural, and they contributed in a time to that landfill. There's also new properties built, people coming here that are not from here necessarily, or they're moving back here, and they'll have to pay this too. You know, so they've either at one point in time or never at all contributed to that landfill, but they will pay. As far as I'm concerned, this is the fairest way, and based on the feedback, everyone pays the same.
Councillor Grimstone.
No, I tend to align with Councillor Tukapara on this. At 59% of submitters, appreciate that. Yes, it is another movement or extra cost on rural ratepayers, but to the point that Councillor Tukapara has just made, there are people that don't own a home in the Horowhenua right now that in future years are going to own a home in the Horowhenua, have never used that landfill, and are going to be asked to pick up that legacy component of it. So I think I'm landing fair and square on everyone pays their share of this legacy rate.
Thank you. We've heard both sides of the argument. Just the mover of the motion, if it was, yes, please.
Just briefly, right at Rabo, because most points have been covered, the points I wanted to make by other speakers, but for me it just hinges on the who benefits argument. And when it comes to the legacy of the landfill, it's equal benefit across the district. So that it was on that principle really that I moved the resolution.
Thank you. This is our first decision of the day. It's my intention to, I suppose, read the mood of the meeting in terms of whether we go to division every time. I don't see that necessary for all decisions, but there will be some that I think will require a division. And because I've heard conflicting arguments on both sides of this issue, then I believe division is appropriate for this issue. So I will start to my left this time, and just letting Ashley get it, her. All good? Okay. Councillor Tamihana.
Aye.
Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Tukapua.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
Aye.
Councillor Brannigan. For. Councillor Horitapa. Councillor Young. For. Councillor Proctor. Sorry.
Goes a 4.
Sure. Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Against. Councillor Olsen. Against. Councillor Boyle. For. Councillor Deputy Mayor Allen. And I will vote for. Sorry. A bit fast. Sorry, well, I'll try to.
Actually, just I think you might have got Justin and I just.
All right, so. No. Okay. All right, so Councillor Tamihana.
Aye.
Jennings against.
Councillor Jennings against. Councillor Tukapua for. Councillor Grimstone for. Councillor Brannigan for. Councillor Horitapa for. Councillor Young for. Councillor Proctor against. Councillor Olsen against. Councillor Boyle for. And Deputy Mayor Allen for. And myself for. Thank you. So the motion is carried. Thank you very much. All right, now moving to 2.5, the council endorsed delivery of curbside rural recycling service option 2 being the preferred option, and implement a targeted rate for urban and rural curbside recycling, existing rural only. So, Councillor Jennings?
I'm actually going to move option 4. Give it a go.
So I have Option 4 is the removal of curbside recycling service in the district from July 2026. Moved by Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Proctor. So it's on the table. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm realistic about the success of this motion. I'll say that up front, but I do feel obliged to move this motion because, for me, recycling is one of these things which is an expensive, nice to have, and I don't actually feel that it is a thing that is good for our families in terms of the amount of cost that it costs in order for the service that they receive. I think that there are other options that are explained in the report that have been profiled in the previous workshops around obviously those static stations, I think they're called the MRSs, where people can drop their recycling to. The cost is clearly comes in the form of the curbside service. And I think the other thing that people have to be aware of is that the level of wastage in terms of spoiling of what does get recycled means that we are paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars for a service to recycle material that ultimately doesn't get recycled. And I appreciate that that's not for all recycling, but there is a significant chunk that makes this not an efficient use of resources. So I won't take too long because this is just, I guess, profiling the argument against an expensive service like this. So, yeah.
Councillor Proctor is the seconder of the motion. Would you like to speak to it?
Of course, seems I jumped the gun earlier. I agree totally. The cost of this is just it's not something that we could bear in this time, and we're trying to reduce costs, and we can make a significant reduction in our costs going forward if we removed curbside recycling. It's a nice to have, as Councillor Jennings says, and I don't think it's achieving its purpose around waste minimisation. It's not achieving its purpose around educating our community on how to be more socially responsible about managing their waste either. People are just putting an extra bin full of extra rubbish out there, and residents constantly complain that they're getting a sticker on their bin with it returned saying, please sort out your recycling properly. We know that most recycling, we know that approximately 20% of recycling goes to the landfill anyway. In terms of waste minimisation, we've already had reports showing that if we had a recycling system or a system around collecting food waste and green waste, we'd have a much more greater impact on our waste minimisation across this district. And I'm also concerned with the way that this process is going to be rolled out to our rural community without giving them the option of opting in or out of a service where they probably have the luxury of providing or seeking a cheaper service elsewhere from the market as well. It's unfair. It's not well thought out, the process so far, so I think the best option would be to stop recycling and come up with a better plan and process post 2026.
Just a point of clarification to Executive. In terms of the renewal of the contract in 2026, will this mean that this issue is then debated again, or is that not part of that contract renewal at all?
Through you, Your Worship, if Council make a decision today to remove curbside recycling effective from July 2026, Council will not debate it again unless there is something triggers a long-term plan amendment. So this is a key level of service, so we would need to be back out to the community and reconsulting if Council wanted to resurrect curbside recycling services.
Councillor Boyd.
Well, I appreciate the statements of my fellow councillors that recycling sucks and that it's overpriced and that it's a nice to have thing. It's really not. It is good for our families to recycle. It's good for our planet. 16% of our submitters wanted this option. That's not many of them at all. Yeah, we're bad at it. Yeah, it gets contaminated. 20% of it. Maybe only 20% of us are really bad at it. Maybe you're the 20% that are really bad at it. Sure, we could pass this vote to get rid of this in 2026. It'll be a new council by then. hopefully a more left council who's more inclined to go back on that decision. And we'll probably have a nice new government who'll be mandating us to do it anyway. So it seems like a waste of time to do this. I'd love to echo the statements that we should be promoting green waste and composting. That's good. I think that'll make our recycling even better. But removing this service and forcing it to be privatised is a pretty hilarious philosophy. I won't be supporting this motion.
Look, I too won't be supporting this motion. When we look at the submissions around waste minimisation, the first one it is, the top of the list is make it easy to recycle. And while we may not be doing it the best way, recycling in itself is, I believe, the right way to do. And just for Councillor Boyle's sake, our election is 2025. So, in fact, it'll be a new council that put in, well, I'm not sure when the contract will be done, but I would imagine it will be next term rather than this term. So, so, Councillor Jennings, unless there's anyone else first that wants to speak to this, Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, just very briefly, while I have a great deal of sympathy or alignment with what's being said by the mover and the seconder, I think it's been clear in the consultation process. I don't think we've gone deep enough to make that decision personally, so I'll have a lot of alignment with that. I won't support it.
So, Councillor Jennings, give you the right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief, and I have learnt the meaning of that word. Is that look? All I will say is that if you vote against this motion, then in a little while, when there's a motion put on the table to increase the cost of rubbish bags, curbside collection of rubbish bags, I hope you vote for it, because if you truly want to influence behaviour, then you should be charging people the full cost of the service so that it encourages them to take up the recycling service.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If you want to be any opportunity. Okay, look, I don't feel there's a need to have a division on this. Just a show of hands will be sufficient. So those in support of option 4, removal of curbside recycling service, put their hands. Those against? So the motion is lost. Okay, so does anyone wish to then move a different option? Councillor Boyd.
Happy to move 2.5 as it stands.
2.5. Thank you. So the council endorsed delivery of curbside rural recycling service option 2, as we've said, seconded by Councillor Tamihana. Sorry, Councillor Tupapua, did you?
I had a quick question for officers for clarity. Is that okay?
Yes.
So in the analysis, it talks about this option, and then this is at the bottom of page 89 and refers to those that miss out if and when a defined route is agreed upon. But I guess it brings to mind the workshop or briefing that mentioned some roads are genuinely unsafe for the trucks to travel on or turn around in, and whether, when we say in the resolution existing rural only, does that maybe those unsafe ones gonna be removed?
Through your worship, correct, and if they're not receiving the service, then they won't be rated for the service.
Great, that's fair. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boyle, you wish to speak to this?
To me, this is the clear option. It retains our recycling both in an urban setting and for those rurally who can receive it. Recycling's a great thing. We should keep doing it, even though it's expensive. If more and more councils stop doing it, it's only going to get more expensive. The more we invest in this, the better we can do it, the cheaper we can do it.
I just need to offer the seconder of the motion the right to speak first. Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockton, did you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm going to just say, particularly for Councillor Boyle, for someone who wants to make change all the time and see change in our community, having a status quo of a system which is obviously broken and not working Seems a bit hypocritical, contradictory. Anyway, we'll leave it for later today.
Right, again, anyone else wish to speak to this? Okay, in that case, can I again have a show of hands? Those in favour of that 2.5 resolution, raise their hands, please. Those against? Noting Councillor Jennings and Councillor Proctor and Councillor Olsen voted against. Right, now moving to 2.6. The Council endorse the Waste Minimisation Management Plan 2024 vision to provide households and businesses with affordable and impactful waste management and minimisation services to promote community empowerment, individual responsibility and positive behaviour change. And I think we could probably include 2.7 in that one. The Council endorse officers to use the following priorities to inform future waste planning for the district, and the list of priorities is noted. Do I have a mover of that? Councillor Boyle, thank you. Anyone prepared to second that? Deputy Mayor Allen. Any further? Councillor Boyle, you wish to speak to it?
I'd just like to make a few little notes on this, on the priorities specifically. We'll note that these are as ranked by our submitters, and it's really nice to see that the best price and low cost are ranked some of the lowest. These shouldn't be our priorities. Our priorities should be making it easy to recycle and reducing waste. It's good to see those ones further down the bottom. They're an important piece. They keep some of the councillors around the table happy, but they're not the most important part of this. The most important part is doing the right thing.
Deputy Mayor Allen, you suspect is the... Okay. If there's no one further that wishes to speak to those resolutions, again, a show of hands, please. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I assume that's no one put up their hands to be vote against it. That those motions are passed unanimously. We now come to the first of the topics or resolutions that Councillor Tukapua, and are we able to put those on the screen? Thank you. Yeah. So first one is 2.8. The Council support a pilot program for properties to participate in a composting initiative that utilises the proposed MFE Waste Levies Fund of up to $25,000, that the findings and outcomes to be reported to Council before the 30th, we'll say the 28th of February 2025 in order to be considered for further funding. Councillor Tukapua, you're happy to move that?
Yeah, and just provide a background. So
sorry, just get it on the table first. And Councillor Tamihana has seconded that, so if you wish to speak to it, yes.
Yeah, so I didn't provide the numbers and the dates. I just gave the words and left X or blank in the spot for the officers who oversee these activities to put the right, operation around it. So it's pretty straightforward. This is in response to submission number 6, who also spoke to us through the hearing process. It's a great idea. It came with a lot of details and background, which obviously the outcome I support, but it made sense. We actually have a waste levy grant, and the one that we've funded in the last financial year was the Repair Cafe in Levin, if you know it, where people take in broken things to repair it and then reuse it again. So reuse is obviously up in that waste hierarchy, and composting is another positive too, which according to the funding we can support, and it means ultimately that we don't have to use ratepayer money to do initiatives like this. This will be from the waste levy.
Anyone else wish to speak to it?
Just to endorse the words of Councillor Tukapua, and grateful that the option has been brought forward today to be a consideration, and I think it's fantastic that we can say to the ratepayers that this is something that they won't be directly having to pay for, but it's a service that's definitely required. So that's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Brady.
Yeah, just on that point of Councillor Tamahana, I just wanted to, for the record, for the CF comment, if there's no rating impact to this.
So the intention of this resolution is that it be funded by the MFE waste levy. Arguably, the waste levy is returned to us by way of a service we provide via rates, but no, this would not be directly funded by rates. It would be funded via the waste levy, which, as per the report we've presented to Council and as alluded by Councillor Tukapua, we anticipate will increase in value for the next financial year by about $170,000.
In that case, can I therefore seek a show of hands again? Those in support of this motion, raise their hands, please. Against? Thank you. Motion's passed. In relation to 2.9, that I think needs to lay on the table until we do the financial deliberations matter, which is 4.6, because a lot of that is included in the climate action portal and other bits and pieces. So we'll move that resolution to that financial matter discussion when we get to it. I just think it would be, because this determines some financial aspects of the budget, so we need to, I think, discuss it in that space rather than this space.
I want to question that, because it's been funded out of the waste levy, which has no rating impact then, and should have very little impact. So we just spent $25,000 on one item that came out of waste levy funding.
The Chief Executive might have some guidance in terms of whether we're actually able to use the waste levy for this.
I think I was answering Councillor Proctor's question first. I like, you could make the decision now, or you can make the decision in the financial matters report. My advice was just doing it in the financial matters report, because there is a particular topic called emissions portal where we've made a recommendation, and so it could be that that's where you consider it. But I think it is for the table to decide whether you want to decide it now or in 3 reports' time.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to surprise the table and I'll move 2.9 now.
Second.
Okay. Wish to speak to that then?
Just very briefly, I listened to the proposal and the discussion at the last meeting, reflected on it, discussed it with Councillor Boyle, and look, I can see that this has some merit in terms of you have to measure something in order to manage it, and it makes good business sense to do it. So, that's why I've moved it, and I'll support it.
Can I just ask the Chief Executive to answer my question that I've made in terms of some guidance around the MFE fund?
So we reached out to MFE yesterday, and they responded late yesterday. Their view is that they don't think that funding of the emissions portal aligns with the criteria of the waste levy fund. Now, it's fair to say that's pretty subjective, and I know Councillor Tukapua has done some work to kind of interpret not just the Act, but also our WMMP. I think given that advice has come directly from MFE, if Council still wants to consider this resolution, what it will mean is that we'll then put the case forward to MFE, and if they say no, it means we'll have to return to the table for you to then consider how else you might fund it. So,
Councillor Tukapua.
Yes, so I obviously did quite a bit of preparation. I'm aware of officers reaching out to MFE and getting it an answer late yesterday, but it is from one officer in there. It's not from someone who's necessarily high level. And I think there is a real opportunity based on what the words say in the Act, the guidelines that I've read through about how the Waste Levy Fund can be used, as well as our waste minimisation plan and how it still ticks the boxes, in my reading and interpretation of it. So I'll be happy to say subject to legal advice if we need to go there, and then you can find alternative money in financial matters if you wish. But I'm certain of this, and in 2018 when I bought a resolution for the lake, asked for 9 million, I got 5.5, and it's that decision also, which was supported by the table, had a subject to checking this. And you know what? It exists today because I tried, we did it, and it was fine. So I'm just doing a similar thing.
Councillor Boyle.
I wonder if the motion could be amended to have an addition on the end that says subject to legal advice, and in failing an inclusion placeholder budget of 50k will be, so we cover 2.6 from the extra, the subsequent report, so that there is 50k there if we need it, but we'll try use it from here first.
Yeah, I guess that's one of my main intentions, that it's if it doesn't have to be rate funded and we don't have to find new money and increase, well then let's try here first. And
Yeah, I'll agree to the amendment.
And this is the very reason why I wanted it put into the financial matters thing, because I think the money is where it's coming from is the important thing. I mean, subject to legal advice, I mean, if MFE say no, then
I can tell you what the email said.
no, it's not about that, but an officer of MFE has already indicated that probably.
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. I'm just concerned that MFE will have the final say, it won't be the lawyer as such. Chief Executive.
So maybe just to assist, and obviously it will depend on the will of the table, but rather than reflecting it as legal advice, I just wonder whether it's subject to MFE approval, acknowledging that MFE approval is obviously going to, that's a more senior lobbying position than the kind of initial advice we sought yesterday. I had another way of looking at it is that if MFE say no, given that we've given the advice that we were anticipating that our waste levy fund will increase by 170k, so from memory, getting 680k this year, it's going to increase to whatever 170k, 860 next year. If the waste levy fund won't cover the emissions portal, council could increase, for example, at the moment we subsidise recycling via the levy fund, so you could increase that subsidy by 50k to then create an offset so that you're not having to increase rates by 50k. No, that's not the intention. So then the resolution will need to read, if it fails, we either return to the council table or you approve the additional money.
Yeah, I just thought, while I'm not totally against this, I do wonder why we're not we're trying to whip it through now and not leaving it to later on in the report, where for me it sits later on in the agenda where it sits more comfortably for me. The question I have is at a time, and I don't think it's been totally answered, is it at a time of austerity where we are looking at cutting costs and we find operational savings and we're looking at cutting services to our community, we're quite happy to put this on board and potentially have a $50,000 rate impact. So I'm just wondering why we're not leaving it till later on, so we can have that full debate in the place it sits later on the agenda. Because at the moment I'm not supporting it.
Look, so it's on the table, so we need to deal with it now. It's the wording of the resolution that possibly needs some slight alteration. So the wording is that council allocate $50,000 from the waste levy fund to implement can we say climate emissions portal, because that's what it is that we're doing as well, isn't it? Not the climate action portal. And subject to MFE approval, and that if that is unsuccessful, then it comes back to the table.
That's an amendment if you're moving that.
Point of order, I believe I've already put forward an amendment which was accepted by these two, the mover and the seconder. I'll forward an email now that has the wording for that to Ashley and all councillors. I put forward the amendment and it was accepted by the mover and the seconder.
Yeah. We need a seconder for that amendment. So I don't know whether can the person who's moved the original amendment move the original resolution second the amendment? Yeah, okay, so Councillor Tamihana is seconded. So just have you got the wording from Councillor Boyle? Right, the council allocate $50,000 from the waste levy fund to implement the climate emissions portal. Yep, thank you. Subject to MFE approval, the council endorsed the inclusion of an additional $50,000 placeholder into the budget to fund a carbon emissions portal in 2024-25 in the event of its failure.
In the event that MFE won't fund it.
Okay,
We're running it.
thank you. Okay, does that read as you had intended, Councillor Boyle? Close enough? All right, so do you wish to speak to this?
I don't know if I get to speak first or if these guys are meant to.
It's your amendment.
Great. I prefer this amendment over the one you proposed, as this doesn't involve coming back to the table to debate this yet again. This is, we're endorsing the emissions portal. We're endorsing funding it through the waste levy. If that fails, we're still endorsing it anyway. We're going to put the money in the budget. We're going to be ready for it. We're going to hope we get it from MFE, and if we don't, we're going to fund it ourselves.
So the issue I have with this, Mr. Mayor, is that there are really two separate issues contained within the one amendment. And while I fully support the first sentence, the second one to me leapfrogs later decisions. Later on, we're going to talk about what are other things we wish to include, and there needs to be some contestability around that. And my worry is if we endorse this now, that it does have an unfair advantage over other pleas from the table for additional spending later on. So I would ask, and I think we can do it, understanding orders, that they be put as two separate amendments or two separate motions. I think we can do that. Need to just seek advice from the CE on that.
No, yeah, that's right. We've got to move her in a second for this amendment, so we need to deal with that motion. Yeah.
Can we, point of clarification, if this motion were to fail, they could be?
Yes.
Subsequently? Cool. Great. Cool.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Tupua.
Given that, the intent is that the waste levy fund pay for a portal that we've already agreed to in the meeting last week, and to, I guess, relieve the rate burden. But of course, you can have placeholders. So, like Councillor Allen has pointed out, I'm solid on the first sentence, and I take your point about maybe it's unfair that it's not getting later on up against other things. But just in saying that, because this might be the last time I ever get to speak to it, and we'll move on to the next item, I just want to sort of share with you how I arrived at this. So on page 93, there's a paragraph that reads, funding this year is 666,000. It's actually 280 more than we expected to get, and next year we're expecting to get 868,000, which is significantly more what we currently provide, other than operational costs. With this money, is we're spending just 35,000 of it with the community. For example, those waste ed programs with Kate, the Repair Cafe I mentioned, and the Enviro Schools program is a total of 26,000 across all our schools that want to participate. So there's certainly room, and so there's money there, and how it's allocated is why because the MFE officer sent this link through, printed it out for you, and it says to promote or achieve waste. She sort of said in her email that it doesn't, like our portal, while it ticks certain boxes, in essence, it's not directly achieving waste minimisation. But in that act, it says you can promote, which the tool does, or achieve. So it doesn't say and achieve. And then it's about accordance with our waste minimisation plan. And I can read you page after page in our plan that achieves this, that makes sense. The toolwork that we want to fund and what it does. I've checked this through the officer that presented to us. Is this what its intent is, and is this what it does, and am I understanding that correctly? Is climate action, it's all part of this? Yes, that's what we've said in our waste minimisation plan. Furthermore, in point 2 of the Act, it talks about territorial authorities must consider the effects this decision could have on any existing services. But what I've just shown you is that it's not going to affect anything existing we do. This is new with the new money, with the increase that we've been given. So I think for that matter, and even the guidelines, which I've also printed, I'll quickly touch on it. This document here, which I'll just read for you, it talks about 2.4.4, identifying quick wins, and I'll paraphrase, providing improved information to the public. So we know that portal is going to give us information to make better decisions, which will be made known and available to the public. It talks about 2.4.6, initiatives to consider, and even bullet points, trials of new systems or technologies, systems to enhance data collection and management. We've been over the waste min before, but there's a page dedicated to climate change. I'm talking about this tool being the right data at the right time, the right data to inform decision making, etc., etc. I don't do things by halves, and I've done my homework, so that's why I'm pushing back and I'm saying let's subject to.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Look, firstly, apologies to you for throwing this into chaos in terms of the sequencing, but so I'd probably misread the table, misread the room in terms of just the level of consensus. But I do think we can make this decision now, because I think we've got the broader context of all of the potentially things that might be in or out when we come to financial matters. Sorry to Councillor Tukwa for stealing the motion, but look, I view this as an investment. We shouldn't view it through the eyes of a cost. We should view it through the eyes of an investment. It's going to unlock data. It's going to unlock information, help with the decision making, and I think that it just actually probably helps when we come to deal with those later financial matters. That if we look at those other items like economic development, like information services, like roading, if we look at that through the same lens, that it's about an investment in terms of unlocking a particular outcome, then I think it might actually help us to make the decision on this now, and then we can look at that through that lens come those broader financial matters. So, look, I will be supporting the amendment and then hopefully the motion.
Councillor Proctor.
I'll be supporting this. There's no doubt about it. I want to congratulate Councillor Tukapua for coming up with a solution for what was potentially going to be a contentious issue. It was a very imaginative and good solution. I think we just need to get on and move on and support it, get it done. To the more distinguished councillors on the around the table here, I know we get caught up with the minutiae of meeting processes and fairness of different items, but I think we just need to get this done and move on.
Do you wish to write a reply, Councillor Boyle? See how it lands. I sense maybe we do need a division on this one, just to ensure that everybody is saying or supporting in order. I can't read that though. All right. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Horry-Parr.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
For.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Proctor.
For.
Councillor Tamihana.
Aye.
Councillor Tukapua.
For.
And I will vote for. And Councillor Young.
Against.
Thank you. So the motion is carried. Okay. All right. So that is the end of our first deliberations report in terms of managing waste. We're now moving on to report number 2, which is sharing costs. To present submissions received where we clear the matters, 3 matters for consideration: how the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board and the economic development should be funded, and proposed changes to the rates remission and postponement policy. I'll just move 2.1, 2.2, that the report be received, seconded by Deputy 2.3, sorry, as well, that we thank submitters for their time, acknowledge their submissions, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, so 2.4 is our first recommendation on topic number 1. How should the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board be funded? Do I have a mover of any recommendation? Deputy Mayor Allen.
I will move 2.4 as worded.
The council endorse option 2, the preferred option, and fund through a new targeted rate to fund the Te Awaho Foxton Community Board. Seconded for that. Councillor Jennings, thank you. So, Deputy Mayor Allen, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, so look, in a sense it's painful. You know, I sit within that board and I'm the council representative on the Foxton Community Board. But this targeted rate, I think, has been a long time coming as an item for discussion with the community. And I've been on council for many years, and the one issue when it comes to the representation review that always comes up is whether or not we should continue to have a community board located in Foxton. It's proved very divisive over the years. A number of times council has voted against it. It's gone to the Local Government Commission, and that commission has, for I think sound reasons, overturned the decision to disestablish the board. Sitting at the heart of that is the Foxton Beach freeholding account and the representation that the board makes on that issue. But there are other issues too in which they've advocated. What I think this is about is, again, to use a phrase I used earlier without success on that occasion, with success, about the who benefits argument that was around waste. And it's very clear through the submission process that the district as a whole overwhelmingly believes that the beneficiaries of the board's existence are the
Foxton Community Board area, which is not to say, and I emphasise this, that there is not also a benefit to council. There is. Having that unified voice coming from the board gives clear direction to council and is very much valued by council. But at the end of the day, the community board area has something that no one else in the district has, but which everyone in the district pays for. I want to finish by noting that the thing that surprised me most about the engagement was that it was, when it came to the submitters in the board area, it was very close in terms of this, the percentage of people who actually supported a targeted rate, who said, yes, charge us $55, charge us $55, was at almost 50% with those who objected to it. And I think that was a very mature discussion and a very mature piece of feedback from the board area. So I know it's not a decision that will be popular with everyone, and I know that the board, the community board itself, had a strong view that it objected to it, and I respect that, and I respect their reasoning. But for the logic that I've tried to espouse this afternoon, I believe the time is right to have the targeted rate. And I finish by saying this, Mr. Mayor. By having this targeted rate, there is a greater opportunity that the board will continue to exist than if we do not have that targeted rate.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't have much to add beyond what Deputy Mayor Allen has said. I think he said it perfectly. But just to acknowledge, with great respect, thank you for moving it. I think it takes a lot of guts to do that, and to acknowledge Councillor Allen and Councillor Brannigan that this is obviously a very difficult decision, because it's that balance between advocating and representing your community, but also making a decision on something that obviously has a district impact. And so I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, but just to acknowledge that. But yeah, look, for all the reasons you've outlined, I'll absolutely be supporting the motion.
Anyone wish to speak? Oh, sorry, Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And again, very briefly, I went through a stage where I wasn't going to support this after seeing a lot of the submissions and hearing a lot of the commentary. But I guess one thing when you reflect is the amount of, and included in that was the amount of people around the district that didn't support the targeted rate and some of the rationale for it, which is starting to move me in one way. But last week we had a visit by Sam Broughton, the Government New Zealand President. I got to have a quick chat with him about exactly this and the targeted rates for community boards, the fact that one in Selwyn does have a targeted rate for the community board, and his rationale and their rationale for that targeted rate, and it did make a whole lot of sense. And then there is a lot of examples of community boards around the country that are funded by a targeted rate. So yeah, it is time, and I agree, concur with the comments of Councillor Allen. This may well be the thing that gives the board a future in the next reputation review. So I will be supporting it.
I too. I think this highlights the value of submissions in consultation. I mean, the perception might have been before we started this process that most of the community would have been against it, and especially the community in Foxton that would have been dead against this. But I too acknowledge the words of Deputy Mayor talking about the maturity and the common sense that is been evident in terms of the responses that we've got from the community. They realise their benefit, and yeah. So in that case, I think a quick show of hands would be appropriate. Councillor Timmy Honey was speaking.
Kia ora. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be supporting the motion for various reasons, but first and foremost, thanking the Te Awahoe Foxton Community Board members for the work that they do contribute to our community and the wider community. I think one of the reasons for me that I can't support this motion is I don't think we consulted on the matter well enough for me. I think there is a perception out there amongst some constituents that have directly come to me and said there is a fear about the control, particularly around an endowment fund. And right now this council are undertaking a review of that fund alongside other parties, and I'm concerned that a decision as such could interfere with such a process and outcome of this. I think that I want to celebrate the function of the board and the close proximity that they are and who they represent, because They do a great job. They've been in place for a very long time, and they're a very local voice. And so I don't see in this decision where that local voice is kept. And so, and I haven't heard enough from Foxton Beach. I feel that in the submissions, there were too many submissions that actually came from outside of Foxton Beach that were determining what Foxton Beach should do and what Foxton Beach community should do. And so if we were to look at the numbers of submitters, I actually feel that there was more opposed that actually supported this targeted rate that weren't connected directly to the Foxton Beach community. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting that motion today.
Thank you. Do you wish to have a right of reply at all? Thank you. Okay, in that case, I'll put the motion, just a raise of hands. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. It's so noted. All right, moving to 2.5, the Council endorse a new economic development targeted rate to fund economic development services based on 75% targeted rate and 25% general rate. Councillor Jennings.
I'd be very pleased to move this.
Seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Thank you. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'll be brief. Just to outline that I think that this is the appropriate way forward, and to be a sort of the expression cards on the table. The reason that I pushed quite hard for this through the workshops was that I was increasingly concerned that this table was potentially not fully appreciating the value of economic development services and again viewing it through that lens of an investment. And I was concerned that with the overall pressure on residential households in terms of rates, that this would be easy pickings in terms of a budget line item where people might perhaps suggest that we should stop doing economic development at all, or perhaps cut the budget. And for me, that would be a disaster, and that is absolutely something that we shouldn't be doing. But also driven by the sentiment that I've heard around this table for a number of years around the user pays, who's the beneficiary of the service, or who's the beneficiary of the activity. And so the structure of this proposed targeted rate for me makes sense, because the primary beneficiaries of direct economic development services is the business sector. That's not to say that as a community, as a district, we don't all benefit from economic development outcomes and activities, but I think that the 75-25 split here is a sensible line in the sand in terms of where we see those costs falling. So for that reason, I really urge elected members around the table to support this motion.
Councillor Brannigan, you wish to speak to? Look, I wondered whether I should actually participate in this discussion, because it's going to directly impact me as a ratepayer. But, my thinking is that, times are tough out there for businesses, just as they are for residential people as well. The fact is that for some businesses, this is going to add considerable cost to their rates, especially those who have high capital value on their properties. And in one instance, I saw that it was in the region of $10,000. So it is significant. So I just want to ensure that people understand that. But I do agree with Councillor Jennings, the split between what is that target rate and that general rate, I think is appropriate. It takes into consideration that there is some economic benefits to the wider district in terms of what economic development provides. So unless anybody wishes to speak to it, can I again have just a raise of hands. Those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on now to 2.6. The Council endorsed the proposed rates remission and postponement policy and the caps associated with limiting the level to 1% of rates. Do I have a mover? Councillor Boyle, a seconder. Deputy Mayor Allen, thank you. Councillor Boyle, do you wish to speak to this?
Briefly, I'm pretty comfortable with the rates remission and postponement policy that we've put forward. I think it will help alleviate some pressure on those in need in our community. It is reasonably well structured, and I don't think it leaves room for exploitation, which was my biggest worry about it. I think the caps proposed are adequate, and this is a good thing to do and a step in the right direction.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, just I'll follow on from those words, a step in the right direction. I think because if we stayed on the same trajectory, this wouldn't be 600 odd thousand. We were looking at 959,000 subsidy, effectively ratepayers picking up those that get remitted. So yeah, it's wise to put the cap on it so that we can monitor it better, manage it, and you know, there's always adjustments you can make in the future, but now in the current situation, this is the very best way to do it.
Thank you. In that case, put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you. Against? Carried. Thank you unanimously. Right. We're now moving to deliberations report number 3, which is our activities report. And there may be further recommendations contained within this report that we need to do. Also noting that there are a number of recommendations at the end of some of the topics, and we'll go through this topic by topic, which asks officers to undertake reviews, prepare reports, present strategies, engage, and do various things like that. There will be an encompassing recommendation resolution at the end of all those, if I get a sense that everybody is in support of those tasks to be allocated, that we have one recommendation that basically directs officers to add those to a long-term plan action monitoring report, rather than sort of go through issue by issue and then have a recommendation following each one. So, in that case, can we move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Carried. Right, so our first topic is well, it's not a topic, but Iwi and Hapu submissions starting on page 177. Are there any things that people wish to speak to in any of those submissions? Okay, in that case, yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't. If I'm not,
No, I should declare a conflict with American Patrol Authority being on the board there.
Sure, thank you. So noted. Thank you. And Councillor Tamihara.
Thank you, Bishop. Look, I just think it's really important just to acknowledge our iwi partners and taking the time to provide a submission to this process. And so I think it's really good that we acknowledge this and that we consider the content of those submissions seriously. Kia ora.
Councillor Tukapua.
So just a question for you. Are we following this part going to 2.4? Is that where we're at on page 175? And therefore, I just need to tidy up that because it doesn't specify who we're talking about, and I'm pretty sure it's in regards to the two surf lifesaving clubs.
Sorry, we haven't got there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming, and there does need to be some tidying up of that resolution. Agreed. Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
So could I move recommendation on page 181? Thinking to Matakahoki. I think that's the next step in the process.
Well, I suppose that was encompassing 2.3, that we think we had time for submissions, but do you want to do that individually, do you?
At the end of each of these headings, there is a recommendation, and I just wonder if it makes the process smooth. No. Look, I'm in your hands, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, look, I think we need to encompass all as having thanked, we're thanking everybody for their submissions. Yep. So we now move to topic 1, which is the community contracts for services. And there was, I note that the recommendation 2.4 is not entirely clear, and did
Should we not just name them?
we will,
Oh, yeah.
yes. So that in broad terms, 2.4 is that council commit to the same level of funding for community contracts for service as per previous years and apply a CPI increase to allow for the general increase in cost to serve. So, and we are on page 185 in terms of those contracted, well, 186 for the table of contracted services. So, Councillor Tukapua, do you wish to speak to that? I do have a mover, do I? No. Someone, could I have a mover? Councillor Proctor and a seconder. Councillor Olsen, thank you. Have you a question, Councillor Tukapua?
Oh, no, so you're going to do them all encompassing that list on page 186. And so it's not just about the surf lifesaving clubs, because I guess they all bar one group asked for increases, but the recommendation is they all stay the same as the previous year. So it's basically a freeze, but you get the CPI adjustment. Okay. Okay.
That's how it stands at the moment. Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Proctor, do you wish to speak to this as the mover? No, thank you. Councillor Olsen, do you wish to speak to it as the seconder?
Just quickly, I guess for me, I think some of these services are pretty paramount for our community. As they stand, obviously there is increased costs as with any business. So, in that saying that, I think supporting this motion is pretty key to them success going forward.
Councillor Ball, do you wish to speak to it?
I'm in support of a CPI increase. I'd like to see some increases further for some of these, and hope that we see some motions from members to the effect of that after this.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, usually I'm the one saying I don't want to spend money, but for this I can't support the motion because I do think that there are some increases for these community groups that are absolutely needed. And I know I've described it around this table before, and I know some people don't like it, but it is essentially by investing in these community organisations, we are getting volunteer hours in return. And so holding people at just a CPI increase for me is not the way forward when a number of these organisations have put their case. And so ideally I was if I'd gotten quicker, I would have been moving an overall increase for some of these community organisations, but I've missed the boat.
I suppose for me, I will be supporting this. It was through hearings when we asked those groups what they wanted. They were very quick to say anything that we can give them is appreciated. They would survive and maintain their ability to deliver those services even if we didn't increase it. So in the current economic climate, I'm keen to support this, because what happens if we don't support these sorts of groups is that some of the unintended consequences and outcomes that we might have in our community, we'll have to clean up ourselves. And these volunteers essentially provide some real key community support and connections that we cannot provide. And so I think the small amount of money that we are allocating to these groups over this next few years, I think is appropriate. Councillor Brannigan.
I will be supporting this, and I note Councillor Jennings' wish to increase, and I'd love to do that. But what's holding me back from doing that is that we are looking later on in this agenda to drop certain levels of service to our community that have become expected, and there will be consequences if we choose to do that. And a number of councillors in this table have voiced their intention to do that. So with that in mind, I can't support increases here, although I'd love to.
Mr. Tamihana.
Kia ora. I too am going to support the motion, but I was a little bit hesitant. And the reason I was hesitant was because in some of the submissions there was wording around the word reliant. And I have a level of uncomfortability with that, because it does become, this is no longer community groups applying to a contestable fund at all times. It's actually now these have become funds that are resourced blanket year by year by year, and I feel like sometimes that takes away the responsibility of said groups to actually look elsewhere for that support at times, because there's a lot of other avenues out there that you can seek and find. And you also have strong communities around these groups that, there's still a contingent of our population out there that don't mind baking cakes and running raffles. Those times aren't lost on us, but I will still support the motion today.
Yes, Tupu.
I guess it's another overall 96,000 than the previous year.
3 years.
Yeah. So for let's take the Volunteer Central. They were 10,000 a year. They only had a 1 year commitment, I believe, but now they'll get the full 3 years. So that's what it looks like. Yeah. I get Sam's point. However, when you look at the details a little more closely, like with the two surf club, one was asking for a 4th lifeguard, which is why the cost went up. Where Waitarere, they were going to continue with the 3, and so what was on par in the previous year, one went up more than the other, and if one can provide a service for the busiest beach in the Horowhenua with 3 lifeguards, and the other one wants 4, plus admin fees and etc. I think it's just fixing it and then looking, beyond 3 years from now, what the landscape's going to be and where the cost of living for everyone's at, hopefully massively improved. Then we can do something at that point in time. So I will support it. But it's difficult.
Okay, so I'll put that recommendation, just a show of hands again. All those, Councillor Proctor, did you get it right? Right, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, right of reply.
I saved my speech for now because I think it's the most practical way forward is supporting all groups, and it's actually a good thing to actually give them the adjustment per year as well, which actually is an increase every year. and probably incorporating many of the increases that they want over 3 years as well. But it would be nice to give more and give them exactly what they want, but we can't do everything. We have to work within our budget as well. And for me, it's very hard to find which group is more deserving than the other, of more money or less money. So I think we're taking the fairest and most practical approach forward.
Thank you. So, show of hands again, those all who are in favour. Against? Carried. Thank you. This is good to see the consensus around the table on these things. Councillor Jennings.
Smith, just a question through you to the Chief Executive. In the pre-meeting tool calculator, I'd included a potential line there, which was a CapEx investment for, which I described as a co-fund for the Horowhenua Community Camera Trust. And so, acknowledging that the resolution we just made was around operational contract for services, OPEX, I wondered, is now the, well, actually it's probably a question for you, Mr. Mayor, is now the appropriate time to put a motion in terms of the Crime Camera Trust, in terms of that co-fund? So it's essentially a placeholder for a co-fund of capital expenditure, or would you like me to hold that off until financial matters?
Just the Chief Executive is just going to offer some advice around where it sits first. Thank you.
Through your worship, council can consider it now. That's a decision for the mayor. I think it would just be helpful though if we provided some clarity on whether that would be a capital item or an operational item, because essentially it's a grant. We don't own the assets, and so therefore we wouldn't be able to capitalise it. So it would be an operational cost.
Yeah, so given the motion we've just made, I've kind of lost that opportunity, I think, because we've essentially dealt with contracts for service in terms of those things. Or, yeah, would you permit a motion?
I will permit a motion, but through the financial activities, which might give you some time to think about the right wording and things like that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Tamiana.
I have to give an apology. I've just realised this matter and have to declare a conflict, so I won't be making it. I won't participate in this section of
the next recommendation.
As I'm a member of the
Folkestone, the Manawatu Estuary. Thank you. So, just noting that Councillor Tamihana has declared a conflict with the Manawatu Estuary recommendation, which is 2.5. The council notes it currently supports the maintenance of the Manawatu Estuary through existing operational budgets. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Anyone wish to speak to this? Deputy Mayor Allen.
Just briefly, there was a request made for funding 30k, I think, from memory. This is just about the tight times we're in, so wonderful work they're doing there, but unfortunately it's the fiscal restraints that are behind this.
Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, very briefly again. Yeah, listen, great to be able to give them the extra money, but I still say, being on the same drum, that the best thing this council can do to support the outputs of the Manawatu Estuary and all those people focused in there is a very strong bylaw, followed up by monitoring and enforcement. Once we achieve that, that'll save a lot of money.
Thank you. So I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Show of hands again, please. Thank you. It's just a lot of and against. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Okay, the motion's passed. Right, moving to topic number 2, environmental policies. There is a recommendation there. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Tukapua, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Jennings. It reads that Council directs officers to liaise with the Cancer Society for support in the review of the public places bylaw and in conducting the shade audit of parks and playgrounds. Anyone wish to speak to that? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving to topic number 3, the Te Awaho New Strong Roof. Oh, there's no resolution. But is there anyone? I know there's no resolution with that topic. Does anyone wish to speak? No. No. Good. Topic number 4 again. No recommendation made. The Shannon Open Spaces. Topic number 5 is playgrounds in general. Again, no specific recommendation. As with topic, sorry, Councillor Tippett.
So just to highlight, there were a number of submissions who mentioned that our playgrounds are lacking in the under 5-year-old sort of, and I note that in our program of works, we've cut our playground more equipment budget by half, and that's across the board, and I get that, but I think there needs to be an acknowledgement of that, and that we will do something, if not soon, later, because it's true. And if you're managing little ones, it's quite a challenge, because the alternative is you just don't take the little ones to the park.
So noted. Councillor Olsen.
Just quickly, I just wanted to touch on the water wheel project, under topic 4. It'd be quite good to put this one to bed. I've heard it for a number of years, and obviously there is some logistics, and I think some funding. I think from memory, without the submission in front of me, the Shannon Progressive Association was sort of prepared to carry quite a bit of this cost, sort of under their umbrella. I just wonder whether a little bit of work could go into that, just to, whether it goes ahead or not, but just to iron out those sort of the misinformation by some parties. Just obviously we keep hearing about it, especially within the community, so it'd be good just to address that, and I think it has been on the table before. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think that can be captured in our last resolution, which will note a number of things that we will continue to put on the action monitoring report. We can include the water wheel as part of that as well. I agree, it would be nice to put it to bed. Councillor Tamihana.
Thank you. I just wanted to make comment to, in particular, where are you? Sorry. 2.7. Council considers directing officers to provide options to restrict motor vehicles from the beach areas within the district and provide options for consultation on the project.
We haven't got to that.
Oh, sorry, we're not there. Oh,
yep.
Okay. No,
we'll get there. Don't worry. You'll have the opportunity to speak to that shortly. Okay, so we got to topic number 6, Foxton Open Spaces. Topic number 7, other open spaces. And then we got topic number 8, young people matters. Again, no specific recommendation. We then get to topic number 9, strategic recreation facilities investment. And there is no specific recommendation there either. Topic number 10 is rainbow community considerations. Sorry, Councillor Proctor.
We don't even thank them for their submission. Should we thank them for their submission? Did we at the start? Okay, yes. But this is also related to further items later on in financials.
Sorry,
the issue about signage around bathrooms.
Oh, right. So topic number 10, Rainbow Community Considerations. Is that what you're relating to? Right. You wish to make some comment about that?
I'm just wondering whether we're going to discuss this further in the financials around signage.
It's not an item that officers have made recommendations in the financial matters report. Obviously, there are some elected members that have, in that toolkit that we gave you leading up to today, have noted that it's a conversation, and obviously it's for members to use the process to put forward a motion for the table to consider if they so wish.
Would the chair like these motions now, or would they like them during the financial matters?
Through the financial matters. Thank you. Right. Topic number 11 seems to be missing. We go to topic number 12, which is property. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably more of a question, sorry, if that's all right, through you to the Chief Executive, is just to clarify, there's reference there to the Waitangi Beach Surf Lifesaving Club and the references to the designation, and I've had some long-standing views about how restrictive that designation is. Can you just confirm that if council desired to change the designation, what sort of budget allocation, rough ballpark figure would we need to look at in order to having provision to change that designation?
I'll hand over to Mr. McCorkindale to respond to this.
With these things, it's difficult to give you an exact figure because a lot of the cost associated with this relates to the process that it goes through. So, for instance, designation process attracts maybe one submission, hearing shorter cost, versus maybe attracts many submissions, longer hearing, more involved decision making, bigger cost. Ballpark figure, difficult to say, but probably 10 to 20,000 probably be a range I'd give you. I'd like to think it could be less than that, but not wanting to undercook it with that uncertainty in there. That's for the designation process to allow the matter to be considered and then a decision reached.
Thank you. Look, my view is that I would like to direct some further work around this, around exploring the designation. The issue I have is that, one, I don't want to create extra demand for extra budget requirement, but two, I know that there's already plenty on the to-do list. So if there was some appetite around this table, I'd kind of be seeking. Well, yeah. I'll if you are happy, Mr. Mayor, I'll move a motion that that council undertakes some further work around the Surf Lifesaving Club designation and to report back to council by the end of 2025. Is that workable?
Yeah, that's workable. That could be part of the resolution 2.11, which we're going to do, which is about putting things on an action monitoring report. So that could easily be part of that.
Yep.
But if there's general consensus,
I'll withdraw and yeah, we'll do
well, no, don't withdraw it, but we'll just add it to that recommendation when we get to it. All right. So you haven't seen it yet, but there's a recommendation that will encompass the direction and engagement and further work that needs to be done following the adoption of the long-term plan, where we will create a monitoring report where there will be things brought back to council to see where we're at and what we're doing. It's only just in front of the screen now, but there were a number of recommendations contained in this report which didn't have specific recommendations at the front. So what we've tried to do is encompass all those recommendations into one recommendation where it's directing council officers to further explore work. We'll get to that when we get to it. We'll explain it a bit better then. Yes. Okay, so are there any more in topic 12 in terms of the property? Right, now moving to topic 13, restricting motor vehicles on beaches. And Councillor Tamihana, did you wish to speak to this? Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I told him I was going to jump in front of him. Yeah, look, I don't really like the wording of 2.7, the recommendation around this item. I'm concerned that it sends a signal to our district that we want vehicles off our beaches in all places. I think, therefore, I would be looking to move something slightly different around that. And I know that we're already doing some work around the public places bylaw in terms of vehicle access, but I'd be looking to move that we advance or prioritise development of a beach bylaw with various options to consult with the community on.
Any response to that, or do you? Yeah. So again, that could be added. We could, well, let's, yeah, I think we need a proper amendment. So if you could just give some guidance to Ashley in terms of what that amendment looks like, and then we'll get that on the table to talk about it first before we go back to the original one.
I'll put that on the screen.
So, wording that Ashley started is the council direct officers to prioritise a beach bylaw to consult with the community on.
That captures the sentiment that I want, which is that it's capturing a range of activities in the beach environment, and that will naturally include options and potential avenues in terms of vehicle usage, vehicle restrictions, management controls, whatever word you want to use. I just think it captures better that we want a process in order to consider different options and acknowledging that we've already kind of got that work underway with the public places bylaw, so the intended quick fix, and obviously this does have a bit more of a resource implication, but to acknowledge that we kind of want to shift focuses. Yeah.
Councillor Brannigan. Yeah, thanks, Sam. Councillor Jennings for bringing this forward, but I just wonder whether on top of that, following that could be something along the lines of to protect, designed to protect the sensitive areas or something like that. Because that's the conversation that's been going for a long time. It's never been about restricting or totally restricting vehicle access, people accessing our beaches with vehicles. That's part of the fabric of those communities. It's about protecting those sensitive areas that need protecting from the unruly use. So whether we need to add anything to that now or this covers it, I'm not quite sure, but that's always been the intention in my view. So,
Councillor Tamihana, so I know I'm comfortable, to be honest, with that, Ross, because it gives flexibility in terms of us exploring all options. I suppose is the way I would look at it, that the report or any consultation would have everything included in it.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think it does. The reality is the development of a beach bylaw is going to require workshops with council, and ultimately it is council adopting a draft bylaw for consultation. So it's not like officers can go develop a bylaw and consult in the absence of elected member direction. So yeah, I'm satisfied that resolution gives sufficient direction.
Councillor Timian.
Thank you. I'm not sure I have the same level of faith in this process. I feel it could be quite an inflating matter, given what we're already experiencing with our Waikato Manukau community and the concerns down there around their coastal access. I think what I hear around this table is a very strong voice for particularly the Foxton area where members are really strong around encouraging bylaws. But I also wonder whether it would have been useful for you, Monique, as our CEO, to know what other work our community groups out there are already doing with our officers, because I'm quite aware that there are groups right now, particularly in Foxton, looking at spatial planning, looking at how our coastal regions and facilities work and how all the users actually fit in with the various types of use on the beach, whether it be horse riding, walking, cycling, walking your dog, fishing, recreation, picnicking, four-wheel driving. You've got kite operators out there, you've got jet ski operators, you've got boaters, you've got all these activities going on out there. And so for us to go rushing in and saying we want to create a bylaw around restricting vehicle access, for me, is completely wrong. I think it's about how we support the community to understand that space at each space, and how we complement the users, those that wish to use that space, and how we find a way of supporting them to create plans on how those spaces are used. So for us to put bylaws in restricting any type of use on a coastal area, for me right now, is jumping way ahead. I also think there's other matters that are currently underway that will impact, and I'm going to talk about treaty claims and settlements, and I'm going to talk about Marine and Coastal Act hearings and processes that are underway. And I think we need to be very careful about what we're jumping into. I don't not support that there needs to be some better management of our coastal areas, but I'm not willing to restrict any parties when we don't know who they all are and how they want to use those areas. Kia ora.
Councillor Brook.
I agree completely with Councillor Tamihana. I think it's a huge jump from talking about management options and better management of our coastline areas straight to a beach bylaw. I think we've experienced that recently with Waikawa Beach and how that split the community there. And I think jumping straight to a bylaw is just going to inflame some of those discussions. We've already had a number of meetings and workshops over management of our coastal space, and there was no talk of jumping straight to a bylaw there. As you know, I was meant to be in court today talking about rights of people to access the coastal areas and manage certain aspects of the coastal areas. And I think we need to be mindful of our iwi partners in this process, and then future outcomes of management in the coastal space as well. I mean, in some ways that motion needs amending to probably talk about prioritise the management of our coastal areas and consult with the community rather than jumping straight to a beach bylaw.
I think I'm reassured of the fact that this is flexible enough that we know that it's going to be workshop, it'll come back to council before we actually adopt any consultation process, and that all matters that you've raised will be taken into consideration before we consult. I don't think we're, in terms of, we've taken out the words restricting vehicle access. This is...
So Mr. Mayor, can I suggest, we've obviously been in some optioneering in terms of drafting up the motion. Can we put it now formally into a debate setting so that, that then...
Right, yes, you're right. Yep. Yes, you're quite right. So Councillor Brannigan has moved that. Is there a seconder? Yes. Sorry?
Yeah, I was happy to move in. I think
Councillor Jennings moved. Yeah. Right. So, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. So it's now on the table. Now I'm open to debate and discussion.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, continue.
Thank you.
Today.
Yep.
But look, all I would do is what last year in a council meeting and workshops we discussed some of the issues around things that were happening in our beach spaces, and I at the time came out quite strongly and said, let's just do a quick and dirty in terms of updating the public places bylaw to deal with some of those behaviours that we're seeing. I've been convinced that I was wrong at that time, and that actually the way that we need to proceed is through a more encompassing beach bylaw process, because the beach bylaw is about enforcement and compliance tools. It's not. I think that and I've heard the concerns of Councillor Tamihana and Councillor Proctor. I think you are overestimating the impact of the bylaw, and I think that the vehicle that this process allows to have those broader discussions, but also to have clarity around what you want the bylaw to achieve or not achieve, and how it might pick up on the other things that you're referencing. I think that it is the right vehicle for that, because in the absence of that, in the absence of this motion, things will keep continuing in terms of the direction that this table has already given to council to develop up additional amendments to the public places bylaw. And so I think you'll find that it will be more piecemeal and won't allow for that overarching discussion that perhaps you're wanting to have. So I would encourage you to support this, and then through the workshops, design the principles or design the structure or the approach that you want to take to developing this. I think that is a sensible response also to the feedback that we've seen through submissions and the broader topics that are raised with us outside of the LTP process. So for that reason, I hope you do support it.
Sorry, Councillor Tamihana, I'm just going to give the seconder right to speak first. Councillor Brannigan.
Thanks, Your Worship. And listen, the outcome of this, in my view, will in fact enhance the things particularly Councillor Tamihana was talking about. There's so much work going on, particularly in that Ramsar designated area around Foxton Beach area, but also a lot of our other coastal communities where this council are putting a lot of money into planting of dunes, shoring up ecosystems, working with all the other agencies, volunteer groups to protect those coastal areas that are highly sensitive, as we know. And the bylaw will actually enhance that, because if you think about the submissions from the Manawatu Estuary Management Team, the work the Estuary Management Team doing, plus all the other groups that are working in these areas, there's very little commentary or focus on actual vehicle aspects and the use of vehicles. Our council team and volunteers go out there, they spend money on spinifex plants, they plant them, spend a lot of work in there. The next day they're destroyed by unruly use of vehicles. All we're trying to, and this has been going on, it's not a new conversation, Councillor Proctor, this conversation, particularly up in the north, has been going on for 20 years or more. And people have been asking for this kind of action from this council for that time, because we see it right in front of us. So all we're saying is give us the tools to protect areas that we are investing in, and not only with money but in time, to shore up for all the important reasons those systems exist. And the best way of doing that is clearly a bylaw. So and it will enhance the work those teams doing, not negate it. And I'll draw the table's reflection to Kelvin Lane from the Manawatu Estuary Trust, who they sat down here and pleaded for us to put a bylaw in to enhance the work they are doing. So, thank you.
Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora. Look, while I support some of the sentiments of previous speakers, again, I feel like the horse is going before the cart. I would like to offer an amendment to that motion, if I'm allowed. I would prefer to have the community at the front of that motion, and that we would look to consult our community on whether a bylaw or an overarching spatial plan would be developed to advise whether there's a need for a bylaw as endorsed. I think that we need to hear from our community, and I think we need to understand what's happening in those spaces. So I don't have, I'm just offering that as an alternative motion, but I certainly don't like having just bylaw on its own.
Councillor Tukapua, maybe before you start.
Question. It's just a question for clarity. Like, I might direct this to either David McCorkindale or even our chair for hearings, to understand in the front of a bylaw where it sets out the purpose and things like that, acknowledging perhaps other acts and other legislation and other like the MECA, that the bylaw doesn't trump any of those things. Are these things? Could you confirm that these are right up the front of that? So if in the event that this process continues, that those things are at the forefront?
David.
If I've understood correctly, my understanding is the council can obviously choose what it puts in the bylaw. There's processes you go through to set and create your bylaw, and in terms of where you set your parameters and restrictions. But yes, it is appropriate to, at the front of the bylaw, to make reference to other pieces of relevant legislation or policy that you want to explain how the hierarchy works. So is one anticipated to trump another or not, and you can be clear on that.
Just as a
Deputy Mayor Allen.
just as a point of order, there was an amendment proposed. Needs to see whether there's a second before that. I think it was proposed.
First, that Councillor Tupua asked, we've now there is an amendment to the motion from Councillor Tamihana, which we've probably not got the wording for correctly yet. And I wonder if Councillor Tamihana could just help Ashley get that.
I might not have done this very grammatically well, but that
The wording so far, the council direct officers to consult with the community on the need for a spatial plan and or a beach bylaw to understand if they are required.
that's pretty close. I think what I said was to prioritise to consult the community on whether a bylaw or an overarching spatial plan would be required to advise if a bylaw was needed. So is that saying the same thing? Quite possibly it is. I haven't got my wordsmith now.
I'm worried about the wording, to be honest, because you're directing officers to consult, and it should be council probably, because we're the ones that determine how we consult. Is that my reading? That's my reading of it.
So
That council consult.
an option is that you consider a resolution that reads something along the lines of that council direct officers to undertake pre-engagement with the community on
Can we just
potential beach management strategies that council may consider.
I like that. I like that. Okay, so just give Ashley a moment to get that. So the amendment reads that council direct officers to undertake pre-engagement with the community on a potential beach management strategy that council may consider.
Could I just potential beach management strategies?
Okay.
So it's not saying we're going to develop a beach management strategy. It's saying that we're going to engage with the community, have a chat about what's on their mind, and the strategies that council may consider could be from everything from a bylaw to no, we're not doing a bylaw, we're just going to increase more signage.
I'm quite happy with it.
Sorry.
Unless Councillor Tamihana wants to.
So Councillor Tamihana is moving an amendment. Are you comfortable with that wording? And are you seconding that, Councillor Proctor? Okay, so it's now on the table and open for discussion or debate.
Great.
Councillor Boyd.
I don't really see the difference between the effect of this motion and the proposed amendment and 2.7 as it stood initially. I think the result is still going to be the same. We're going to have subsequent workshops, we're going to have a report to council, and we're going to go out for consultation on probably a bylaw, maybe not. Regardless, I want to support this. We should listen to the public. They've already clearly told us they want to make more rules about what happens on the beach. I hate more rules, so I don't want more of them, but that's what the public wants. So let's proceed, let's start the process and actually consult the community and progress this. The timing and level of debate that we've done here is already excessive on the matter. Let's just pass it and move forward. It's what the people want.
Councillor Proctor.
I'll have a quick say as well, and mainly in response to Councillor Brannigan. You talk about management. Bylaws are not management. Bylaws are about restricting people's rights and ability to do things out there. Even while I respect Councillor Jennings as a lawyer, and most lawyers and legislators always jump to the conclusion that laws and rules are the best way forward. But I can tell you after 150 years of treaty and legislation that sometimes those rules and ways forward aren't the best means to achieve a good outcome around the management of our environment as well. And for me, I am very protective of our land blocks which go across the coastal area and are adjacent, impinging on our rights to do what we want in our land blocks as well.
This is a different approach to what we usually do. So this is asking for pre-engagement before we do the workshops and the consultation. All right. So normally we would just workshop it and then go to consultation. We're seeking pre-engagement. That's what we're doing at this stage. All right. So, Councillor Rolls.
Just a clarification. So this is an amendment, but do we need to go back to the previous motion to actually see whether they're accepting it?
Not at this stage. We need to sort this amendment out first. If it's lost, then we go back to the original. If it's carried, then that is what stands. Sorry?
We haven't actually voted on the last one.
No, we do the amendment first before we go back to the original. Anyone wish to speak to the motion? In that case, a show of hands again. All those in favour? So for the amendment, sorry, this is the amendment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Noting that Councillor Tukupa has left the table, so the motion is carried.
So, Mr. Mayor, my reading is that the motion that I moved is kind of incompatible with that, so it can't proceed, right?
That would be my reading of it. Yep. So, I suppose what we just affirm that resolution is now withdrawn. Okay, thank you. All right. We'll get a break after this section.
Mr. Mayor, I think the one thing that it would be important to reference, however, though, is that the previous direction of council, which was to amend the public places bylaw to deal with beach issues, continues. So that work stream continues because that's the direction that's on the table in terms of changes to existing bylaws. So
I don't see any change to that work program being continued, although, yeah. All right, let's move now to topic number 12. Oh, here's topic number 12. Here's topic number... Oh, we've got our numbers slightly out of kilter, haven't we? Maybe we call this topic number 11. Speed management. Yeah, it keeps... Specific recommendation in that space. Topic number 14 is general road network issues. Again, no specific recommendation. Topic number 15 is public transport funding. Again, no specific recommendation. Topic number 16, equestrian advocacy and use of transport and open spaces infrastructure. Again, no specific recommendation. Topic number 17, walking and cycling advocacy. Topic number 18, City Sea Rail Trail Shared Pathway, where there is a specific recommendation, which is number 2.8. Councillor Tupu, a question or a question, certainly.
So when we heard this submission, I asked a question around the implications and asked officers to, I guess, follow up because I just want to be sure of the flow-on effects in terms of the concept and what it is, great, but when we have to consider a range of the same things where we put cycleways or whatever, we prioritise. Now, this essentially could trump an idea that our community, presents, and given that we've already given an endorsement to it, it could go on a train effectively that we can no longer turn around. It's like an unintended consequence, and therefore something that we really want or that our immediate community asks for can't be done because that's got legs already. And then also the financial implications around what our contribution will be.
Sorry, is there a question?
Yeah, I asked for that, and so I'll read out what the analysis says and how it's arrived at the resolution. Officers intend to contact the submitter to request further information about the project with an aim to better understand the submitter's plans for progressing the development. And then the resolution just says we should endorse it and advocate its inclusion to Horizons. So I'm just like, well, there's a couple of steps missing, the way I've just described it, and I want to be certain that, what are the implications both for other projects out, because the 3 or 4 that were sitting up here, that they were outside the district. That wasn't our people asking, and because there's a connection that we acknowledge the benefits, the flow-on benefits up the top there, but to the north of our district, but realising that and that perhaps missing out because they got in first. That's all I'm saying.
Chief Executive will clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's an important question, Councillor Tukapoa. When it comes time to submit, I suppose, Council's list of projects as well as any other projects to the Regional Land Transport Plan, there'll obviously be a piece of work where we do some prioritisation of that. It's also intended that we'll have far greater clarity about the GPS and what that might mean for our investment in shared pathways or cycleways or walkways. But I can understand how the resolution by itself probably doesn't give that assurance that actually this doesn't then trump other projects that we might see as a priority. And I think that that's something that His Worship could maybe also speak to, because obviously he sits on the Regional Land Transport Committee and holds that role, supported obviously by our officers, of giving that guidance around, well, what becomes more important. So this isn't saying this would become the one thing we advocate for. It would just be one thing that we advocate for. Just looking at Mr. Wallace, who might want to provide any additional commentary to give Councillor Tukapoa that assurance.
I think the key point is it may be a great concept, but it's important that officers actually gain a better understanding and then can weigh that up against the balance of our program and provide that direction through the Regional Land Transport Committee.
Yes, just to add to that, so to further clarify, when projects are submitted to the Regional Land Transport Program, they're submitted from someone. So the project has been submitted to the Regional Land Transport Program by the submitters who came to spoke to you today, the group from BNEC. Endorsement of that particular project does not necessarily compete with any community-led projects from our district. The Regional Land Transport Program currently does not have such a project on the list, and there has been no financial contribution requested by the submission or the submitters up to this point.
But that's exactly my point. I'm asking for the implications, because at this point there's no financial contribution, but endorsing it means we support it, and therefore when it's time to talk about the money, oh, you said yes, so what's your part? And I think the fact that they've already submitted, I realised that already. They just want our support because it looks good for their application. But I'm just saying I'd rather first endorse our own people's requests and ideas before running ahead with someone else's and according to their maps. And so I'm lacking information. They drew lines that go from their Bay and the Sea North End down Hamatangi, Foxton, and yeah, I mean that's our piece, and that's for our people to determine. Like, yeah, where Foxton Beach wants to connect, but they already had lines and things, and I'm just a bit uncomfortable because I know nothing else, and yet you're asking for my endorsement. I just need clarity for those financial implications going forward.
If I remember rightly, they pretty much said that they're not seeking any financial support for this. Well, for now, it means, yeah. So just for clarity, when something gets submitted to the Regional Land Transport Program, it has to be signed off by NZTA before it actually gets there anyway. Well, we're a long way down the track in terms of the Regional Land Transport. We've already had submissions and hearings. We'll be adopting the Regional Land Transport Program in a couple of weeks' time. Anyway, I haven't seen the agenda yet, but I'm assuming that this project will be included somewhere on the list.
Okay, we can debate it then. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're doing. We are debating now because we have got a mover and a seconder. Have we? No, we haven't. Sorry, we haven't got a mover and a seconder. So is anyone prepared to move or second this recommendation?
I'm happy to move it.
Councillor Boyle, is there a seconder? Councillor Olsen, thank you. Okay, so the motion's on the table. Now open for discussion. Thank you.
I think this is a really neat project. I'd like to see it happen. I think our endorsement is merely a step towards it occurring. I don't think it signs us up for anything horrific in the future. I'd like to see where it goes. I'd like them to come back with more information. I don't see the danger in endorsing it. It'll allow them to continue planning and getting funds together and making a more thorough project plan to come back to us if we do need to do anything at all. Maybe it doesn't need council's involvement. That'd be nice.
Councillor Olsen, you wish to speak? No. Councillor Grimstone.
Look, I align with Councillor Ball here. I think it's got the prospect of an excellent project. And I think when you think about return on investment, there is no money attached to it as yet. Return on investment, this sort of thing, if it comes to fruition, is going to see people decide to come to our district, maybe stay overnight, maybe go for dinner, have a bike ride up and down a piece of land. I think in terms of advocating the benefits of it, that it's worth an endorsement, albeit very clearly making them aware that there is no money attached to that endorsement.
Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Tupper.
Yeah, just that I've been around long enough to see that one thing leads to another, and whilst you think it's just and I see, like I said, it's a great concept, but there will be financial costs in the near to distant future, and if you know how much it costs to put a pathway in just 100 metres, and then you multiply that by how many kilometres, and it means we have to put in X amount because now it's in our territory, or it counts as something else. I just think without all the information, I'm not prepared to support it because it was just a one-time look at that, and please sign it off because it will, with our endorsement, give it that extra push, whether you want to realise that or not. That's its strategy.
Councillor Proctor?
I agree with Councillor Tukapua, and she used the right word too. We're not being very strategic around our connectivity of our shared pathways and our assets across our district. This is probably just one thing we need to think about in terms of increasing these pathways and these activities around our district, and to sort of jump in and support one without strategically thinking about other options in our district is probably rushing in a little bit.
Okay, so show of hands then, please, for those that support that council endorse the City to Seed Rail Trail project and advocate for its inclusion into the Horizons Regional Land Transport Program. All those in favour, raise their hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a split table, do we? So the motion's lost if it's split. Thank you. Okay, so now moving to topic number 19, which is the... Sorry, Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, so just on topic 19, I'll be very brief. Just to say, having been a former resident in Manukau, this was of great importance to that community, and not looking for emotion here or anything, but I would hope that this would feature also as part of our revocation work in terms of improved intersection safety and treatments and safe crossing points, and so almost articulating them as bottom lines, non-negotiables in a post-revocation setting. I think that's going to be an important message to respond to this type of submission, because it really is something that it probably is unrealistic while it's still a State Highway 1. I know we keep continuing to advocate for certain intersection improvements there, but I'd like our efforts concentrated into that revocation space in terms of trying to get the outcome that we're ultimately looking for.
I'm assuming then that this is on the list for discussion with Waka Kate in terms of that advocacy. Okay. Getting a nod from the Chief Executive in that space. Thank you. All right, topic number 20, the Horowhenua Road Safety Group, which does have a recommendation that the officer recommends that Council direct the officers. Council directs the officers to update the Horowhenua Road Safety Group's terms of reference. Councillor Tukapua, if you've got a question.
Just a question.
Yeah.
So, I've been a chair of this in the past, and it was administered by Horizons. Debbie used to coordinate all the meetings and things like that. I just wonder why in the analysis they're not mentioned, Horizons, and if we were to do the terms of reference, are they involved, or is this taking a different direction?
Selena, part of this is that some of the work historically led by Horizons was the result of us also making a financial contribution to Horizons annually for their coordination efforts around road safety. And so there is a conversation that we need to pick up with Horizons around that, because that we've not been contributing to that for the last couple of years, and that was off the back of what I understand was some views we had about whether we were getting value from that investment. So I think certainly Horizons will be part of the conversation, but we just didn't want to make that natural decision that it would be Horizons versus actually is it a function that council could do within our broader community development work with our land transport team.
Other than that, just the question that obviously whilst it in recent years may have not, been worthwhile in some ways, or not functioning, there you go, not happening. It's worthwhile keeping, and is that the determination based on the resolution? Just fix the terms and carry on, or should it be that maybe it's not required?
Through your worship, I suppose the observation I'd make is that this week is Road Safety Week, and communities around New Zealand are celebrating that by doing car seat checks outside schools, celebrating our road patrollers, doing a whole lot of broader awareness and education around road safety. We've not put a focus on that, and so this, I think what this is saying is actually updating the terms of reference and re-prioritising our focus around road safety.
So the Regional Transport Committee does, as part of our agenda, refer to road safety as well. My experience is that this committee became a storytelling type of function that didn't actually, it was for interested members of the public to contribute their views in terms of what road here and what road there wasn't safe and things like that. So I'm pleased to see this on the table, in fact, that we are actually thinking about restructuring it, if you like, and increasing the significance of the terms of reference so that it becomes a bit more meaningful in terms of that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm happy to move that. Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Tupu. Anyone wish to talk to this? In that case, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Thank you. Anyone against that? No. Cool. Thank you. All right. We're now moving to topic number 21, the Foxton Beach stormwater. No specific recommendation there. Topic number 22, Lake Horowhenua. Again, no specific recommendation. Topic number 23, the Waitara Rise stormwater. And we do have a recommendation. 2.10, that Council considers an operational budget of $50,000 be included in year one of the long-term plan for Waitara Rise stormwater infrastructure. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a seconder for this? I'm happy to second this then.
So speaking to it, we have workshopped this issue and understand that there is a three-party partnership involved in making this happen. And I thought the table was pretty clear that we did have a role to play in this. So I'm surprised there was a stunned silence when a seconder was called.
Look, and having been to a meeting in that area of the community, there is a collective, if you like, responsibility that's being explored in terms of this, but I think it's important to send a signal that we do hopefully work towards a solution for this. It's just the role that we play in terms of how that is operationalised, if you like, but there is significant feeling out there that this is our problem. And there's a lot of work to be done in terms of understanding what happens now. I suppose the question is, this is on top of the operation of any budget that's previously been noted.
Through your worship, yeah, so this would be the contribution towards the physical work.
Which has still got some way before we understand what that might be.
I think that we've got a good picture of what the physical work needs to be, but it's obviously we await support from residents of Waitara Rise for their financial contribution that we have communicated to them would be required.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak to this? Councillor Tamiana.
Thank you. This is an interesting one. In my neck of the woods, I have a good understanding of of the project and the concerns out there. I suppose I'm a little bit concerned about what we've already committed as a council in this space already, in a space where this council wasn't sought. And now I'm concerned that there's matters that have occurred, even though if I'm quite honest, they were very aware there were matters in that area before they built their homes. And so, we're asking today to put $50,000 into long-term plan year one. Is it just that year, or are there further commitments that this is going to actually commit us to, or is this a one-off? And what is 50k buying? Because I'm really interested to know what sort of infrastructure you can put out there to alleviate the matters that are occurring. Because I don't understand what sort of tests have been done, whether that's water levels, geotech, impacts, environmental impacts, assessments on the lakes and the streams, impacts on potential iwi forest interests. I suppose I'm just being quite open and asking, what is 50k going to achieve, and where are all those other matters I just raised in this conversation?
Blair, are you going to? Thank you.
Yeah, so losing my voice, sorry. The 50,000 is contributing to a series of overland shallow swales, which are seeking to manage the overland flow paths. That's sort of stage one of two, but stage two would be more around the water moving on out of the subdivision. There's no additional anticipated cost at this stage, and the current plan has been sort of drawn up and costed, and it's currently in consultation with the community out there. In terms of impact on forest and other, that's not currently considered in this part of the assessment, largely because that's going to ponds based on a certain year event. Obviously, water runs on to the forest after that at a level, which it did last time as well.
So the question that I might follow on from that is, if the community at Wairere Rise don't accept the proposed fix of the issue, or not prepared to contribute to the issue, what happens?
So, we've been very clear to residents that we accept no liability for the situation that the residents find themselves in. But what we have done is worked in good faith to try and help them and the developer find a solution. Is there some tension in that solution? Yes, there is. If the residents did not want to make a financial contribution, then we would be in a position where the work could not be completed. This is not physical work that council would be necessarily completing, nor it will be work that is always on council's asset. Sometimes it is, majority of the time it's on private property. Councillors will recall the workshop that we did at the end of last year, and then subsequent to that, obviously there was a community meeting and some formal correspondence that went to residents about the beginning of March. And I know during hearings, Councillor Boyle, you'd asked for a copy of that, so we did distribute that to elected members. The other option is that councillors will wait further information and then make a financial decision at that point. But obviously acknowledging that the residents made a submission through this process. They have, Mayor Bernie, you'll recall at the community meetings, actually part of your message to residents was that if they didn't like the facts that Blair and I were putting on the table, they needed to use the long-term plan process, and so they've used that process, and we're in a position where unless some operational funding is confirmed, then we'd need to bring back a further report, but it would be outside a budget cycle, so you'd then be making a decision about an unbudgeted item.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just through you to the Chief Executive. I mean, I'm pretty clear, and I think the report talks about any funds provided for in the LTP in terms of capital program are conditional on the third methodology. But I mean, do we need some sort of resolution to confirm that? But I mean, I'm comfortable that that's the advice we've been given. That that's the basis on which those figures in terms of have been included. And at the end of the day, the residents obviously are aware that they're obligated to deal with and treat stormwater on their property. That's their responsibility. So it's entirely appropriate that council doesn't accept liability in terms of what we've heard so I'm clear in terms of that methodology and that approach. But it's just whether we need to capture that or whether that's sufficient. Could we have some advice on that?
Through you, Your Worship, if councillors wanted, they could add a comma at the end of that resolution and put noting that council's contribution is not to be more than 1/3 of the costs associated with this work.
As the mover, I'm very happy to have that included. If the seconders, who was the seconder? Yeah, and could I also? Oh no, I'll do my right to reply whenever that is here.
Now reads that council considers an operational budget of $50,000 be included in year one of the long-term plan for Wairere Rise stormwater infrastructure, noting that council's contribution is to be no more than 1/3 of the total cost of the work. Oh, right. We're considering only 50,000 though. It's not limit. It's not. But if our budget's only $50,000, yeah. Council's contribution is to be no more.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor, this is where maybe I've added some confusion because I was under the impression that there was potentially funding, so beyond this $50,000, that there could be additional commitment of stormwater funds through the LTP to this project. Is that not correct? But the buckets of money around stormwater.
So I think that, are you referring to the submission where the submitters talk about stage 2? Yeah. So that's so the work that has been done to date and the design work which is near completion, which will then kind of confirm cost. That is all on the basis of on-site disposal. Well, yeah, I don't know if that's the right jargon. On-site. The residents of Wairere Rise continue to advocate for a position around the idea of a stage 2, which is about the stormwater going elsewhere. We've continued to communicate that that's not really how developments work these days. That, if we think, for example, of Taraika, that's about on-site disposal. That is where there would be additional money required. I think that it is worth noting that until we've got the final designs and the costs associated with that work, $50,000 might not be enough to cover our 1/3 share. I'm wondering whether the intent of the resolution is you wanting to make sure that if council allocate a budget, that it's on the basis that the expectation that there be a resident and developer contribution also. I think that's maybe more the intent that you were seeking via the resolution. So apologies, I might have drafted that poorly for you. So instead what it could word is infrastructure, noting council's expectation that both residents and the developer contribute to the cost of the work also. Noting council's expectation that residents and the developer contribute to the cost of the work project.
So it now reads the council considers an operational budget of $50,000 to be included in year one of the long-term plan for Wairere Rise stormwater infrastructure, noting that council's expectation is that residents and the developer contribute to the cost of the project. Or contribute equally. Yeah, equally. So just confirming with the Deputy Mayor that he's comfortable with that.
Yeah, look, and just, sorry, I should have picked it up earlier. I think the word consider should be, the wording should be include. We're doing more than considering, we're actually saying we're including. So again, Mr. Mayor, if you're happy with that change.
Yep. All right. So the matter is on the table as proposed by the Deputy Mayor, and which I have seconded. So is there any further discussion on this? In that case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Supported. Okay, so now moving to topic number 24, water meters. The recommendation will be included in the overarching recommendation for direction for the action monitoring report for the long-term plan. But does anyone wish to talk to that now? No. Okay. Topic number 25 is water supply. No specific recommendation there. Wastewater, topic 26, no specific recommendation there. Topic 27, no specific recommendation there. Sorry, am I going too quick?
Yeah,
speed up. See, some say speed up, some say slow down. It's just, yeah.
Look, I really apologise. I got sidetracked. But I did want, and you're not going to like me for this, but I did want to go back and just make a comment about the lake, actually, if I'm allowed. And it's not to change what's in there, it's actually just to put on record that this council have received a proposal around the lake. And that's all I want to note, because I think it's important that we have received a proposal. A proposal. Mr. You know what I'm talking about. I think through the
the pathway project.
So I think that we should note that we have received a proposal as a part of that. I'm not saying there's any need of discussion or anything, but I would certainly like it recorded that we have, if possible, for you.
Yeah, so noted. Yeah. All right. So where was I? Sorry. Yeah. Look, I'm looking at my agenda and my screen. I'm not looking at you individually. So please, if you have a comment to make, please signal on your microphones as quickly as possible. Thank you. Okay. So we got to live in landfill. Topic number 28, climate change. No, thankfully. All right. Topic number 29, the district plan. And again, there's a recommendation at the end of that topic, which will be encompassed in our overarching recommendation around the monitoring report for the long-term plan. Topic number 30, heritage. Again, there will be overarching, that's included in the overarching recommendation that will follow. Councillor Jennings.
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, just on the heritage recommendations, I mean, I don't want to be the Scrooge or the anti-man, but for me, this is just not a priority piece of work. And because I feel like we can achieve the same outcomes through strategic focus on specific properties, for example, the Foxton Courthouse and other really valuable heritage buildings like that. And so for me, this piece of work is not a priority compared to all of the other things that's on the to-do list. So I wouldn't be wanting to. My position is that for me this isn't a priority, and so therefore, while it might be something we eventually get to, it's not something that I'm keen for it to be on the to-do list for now.
Deputy Mayor.
Just two observations in terms of that. The first thing is that when we did our review of our strategies, bylaws, etc., I asked that the heritage strategy be brought back and that there was no objection raised at the workshop. So I guess in reply to Councillor Jennings, that has the support of the table, for want of any active discussion against. And the second thing too is that I just need to stress how important the heritage strategy is in terms of Foxton in particular. That's its brand, that's its future, and there was a very good submission, I think, from the Foxton Historical Society around the importance of the heritage precinct idea. So I'm keen personally to keep it very much to the fore.
So,
Yes,
sorry, Deputy Mayor, I attend every workshop and I must have missed you putting that one forward because I would have said no. Anyway, so I'm the same. I don't think it's a priority for now. There's a lot to do, and as you know, we're refreshing our plan on a page, priorities, focus things, and this is just not one that I guess gets up there. So,
and look, I respect the agree to disagree. However, as a matter of fact, when that matter was raised by me at a workshop, there was no objection at that time. So I just share that as a fact.
that's why I apologised, because I missed it and I would have said no.
And I accept your apology.
Listening to that, both not a priority and wishing to have it on there, I just wonder whether the date might be a bit sort of soon. Can we say for December 24 for both reports? Would that be a bit more of a give some timing? Yeah. So, David, do you want to comment?
Yeah, just to explain, there's a little bit of a logic behind that time frame, and that is if there was something to come out of that made sense to us, include by way of the omnibus district plan change, it would be helpful to get a signal a bit earlier rather than later. The other aspect of being able to bring it to council in the way we've suggested there is I guess a bit of a light touch at this point. It's just bringing the strategy back, would highlight, I guess, what might be out of date, what has advanced and things like that. So quite a light touch with then seeking council direction. Do you want more work done on this or not? And that might be where you signal yes or no, but it would also be helpful from that district plan, omnibus plan change aspect.
Okay, that does clarify, I think, for some, hopefully.
Just
Councillor,
one last comment about that second piece around the Waihi Tapu sites. Now, obviously, a very significant and sensitive kaupapa for iwi Māori, and that's not something that they just openly and quickly do. So I know that it may be a little bit premature to think that could happen ahead of an established Māori engagement piece of work that we're trying to develop with them at the moment. I think once we can to get our relationship right, that that will come, but I'm not sure that's necessarily achievable. Others might have other thoughts, but yeah.
Councillor Tamiha.
Thank you. Taking on board Councillor Tukupu's points, and thank you for those. I'm probably a little bit of the opposite. I think that this would actually show our iwi partners that there is a genuine commitment to progress these matters of importance for them, and they will, I'm sure, through the framework process that we're currently going through, they can identify how this could be enacted, but I certainly think it keeps it as a placeholder and shows that this council are committed to working with our partners in that particular type of way.
I'm also conscious that this has been on the Te Tumere Kahuki agenda for a number of years. Keeps being raised, so I think we do need to progress it, to be honest, and move ahead and see what comes of that direction.
Okay, they'll all be at different places.
Yes,
so
exactly. Yeah.
Happy to.
So my intention is that is included in terms of that overarching recommendation. So I'm going to leave those recommendations till we get to 2.11, but just understanding the conversation that's been held, and we will go through those one by one as well. Growth, topic number 31. No specific recommendation there. Topic number 32, the role of Demolan and the approach to destination management. Again, no specific recommendation. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Just a quick comment there that and I refer also to the business breakfast where representatives of the trust did speak. Their overwhelming message is we need a plan that we are all part of. And I know council gets that as well, but I think it's important to say that until we all understand the business of destination and the business of tourism specifically there and are on the same page, then we're going to have unfortunate, pullings in different directions.
Thank you for those comments. Topic number 33, public space and town centre investment. Again, no specific recommendation there. Topic number 34, live in town centre. Topic number 30. Sorry, Councillor Tamiha.
I did just want to note and thank submitters to this, specifically those submitters that felt that perhaps this wasn't a priority for this council, and I just wanted to note those submissions, and they felt that there was getting back to core business was definitely the appetite and the flavour of many of the submissions I wrote, and many identified that live-in town transformation potentially could have been scaled back or something of the likes. So that's all I wanted to comment.
Councillor Jennings.
And I'll offer the flip side to that view, because I would probably, the takeaway for me from those submissions was that those people really need to go and review the town centre strategy and the quick reference guide to see the amazing work that is happening in this space, and to also understand the principle is, yes, this project needs some significant capital investment up front, but the event, we have built in terms of our approach and the outcomes that we're looking for, that cascading funding principle, so that when we realise gains from certain projects and sale of properties, that's going to be reinvested back into other town centre activities, so that we are limiting that burden on the ratepayer. But at this front end, it's absolutely critical that we get that investment in there to get things moving, to act as that catalyst for change. So I appreciate those submitters' views, but we've got to start this process. It's been a long time coming, and I'm really excited about where we can end up. And I think that those concerns about ongoing financial impact on the ratepayers people will start to see the outcomes and the benefits from this project being structured in the way that it is.
Thank you. Okay. Topic number 35, industrial land rezoning, and there is a recommendation again that will be encompassed in our overarching recommendation in terms of directing officers. Number 36, the need for low-cost housing. Topic number 37, Pacifica Fale. Topic number 38, the Shannon Community Plan. I think, yeah, that's included in our overarching one as well in terms of the recommendation around the community plan. The topic number 39, the Manawatu Coast Guard relocation. Nothing specific there, although it does say the council officers can continue to discuss with the Manawatu Coast Guard. And topic number 40, contractors smoking and vaping on council sites, which also has a comment around contractors expected to adhere to our no vaping or smoking policy. Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask to just quickly go back to 37, which was the Pacifica Fale. And my thinking with this one is that, that there's a long-term, this is likely to be a long-term project. And what I wondered whether what we could offer as a council is perhaps to think about the concept of a Pacifica Fale alongside when we're considering things around performing arts centre, that kind of thing, as part of our town centre strategy. So there's not a short-term focus, but certainly putting it in the mix in terms of how could this feature in terms of town centre public infrastructure that perhaps meets the needs of multiple groups and is truly multifunctional and obviously celebrates all those different cultures and diverse backgrounds. So that's all I was looking for is could it just be kind of in the mix in terms of that longer term thinking around town centre, public centre infrastructure.
Deputy Mayor.
Look, totally support the idea, and it's now just about process. Can that be noted, or does it require a resolution? Because I don't want that point to be lost.
Yeah, look, we can capture that also into our monitoring report if you like. As Councillor Jennings said, it is probably a long-term thing rather than a short-term. We don't want to lose sight of it, though. That's correct. Okay, so that now brings us to that overarching recommendation, which since it's 2.11, and Ashley will bring that up in a minute, but it says that Council note the following items will be added to the long-term plan 2024 action monitoring report, and progress will be reported back to Council. So A is officers undertake a review of the current water rating charges in the 24-25 financial year. So does anyone have any objection to that not being included in a monitoring report as well? The question I'll be asking. And then at the end, I will move the recommendation in block and get that seconded and moved. So we'll go through the items one by one. If anyone's got any aversion to any of that work carrying forward, then they need to raise that now, please. So A, as I said, is the current water rating charges. B is officers prepare a report for Council by December 2024 to consider options for including a requirement for on-site stormwater retention tanks to be installed by landowners as part of the future residential district plan. C, officers present the heritage strategy for consideration and further direction from Council by October 2024. D, that officers engage with Council's iwi hapu partners and report back to Council by December 2024 on the options for progressing a district plan change to protect Waihi Tapu. E, officers report to the district plan steering group by the 30th of September 2024 on industrial/commercial rezoning opportunities that could be advanced in a district plan change. F, that officers develop a community plan for Shannon and Mangori Village in 2024-25, and that officers explore the inclusion of Opiki and Tokomaru in that plan or an associated plan. G, officers report opportunities to give resolution to the water wheel project in Shannon. H, the officers undertake further work around the Wairere Surf Lifesaving Club designation and report back in 2025. I, officers capture Pacifica Whale when planning for the public infrastructure. Public infrastructure.
In the long term.
In the long-term plan. In the long term, yeah. Councillor Tukupu.
Just looking for a J. I have raised this in previous discussions, not today, but previously, around topic 11 property, and I guess it's connected to lease property. I was asking for a stock take around all our lease agreements. Obviously, they have scheduled reviews and things, but some of them don't necessarily have the same adjustments, and there's community rates even where, to my knowledge, I guess it's revenue, right? Other than rates and grants from government, we don't have resources to generate any other income, but our rented properties or leased properties generate income, and some of them are well below market value. And I just think we need to have a serious look, because there's some money, and it means offsetting rates. An example is we'll charge for a building $460 a year. Not kidding.
Do you want to comment to that? Thank you.
Through your worship, just a comment would be that the team have actually done some really good work on this in the last couple of months, so we actually have that stock take. But what you could add to that resolution, because I think while council want a stock take, you probably also want some advice on what impact is our current community leasing policy having on our revenue opportunities. So whether the resolution is officers undertake the stock take on lease arrangements and report back to council with this information, including an assessment of the current community leasing policy.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora. Look, probably the one I have the issue with on that list is H, around the Waitanere Surf Club. I'm not really sure whether we need to be giving time or resourcing to this right now, a newly opened facility and asset. I think the designation is very clear about the use. I'm sure I read in a report, and I can't find it in front of me right now, where it was very clearly articulated that it was recommended, I'm sure it said, to leave it to the discretion of the surf club and its members about the types of activities they wish to conduct in their club. I'm also very sure in the designation it allowed for other community groups to also, in conjunction with the Wairere Surf Club, use those premises. And so I think this is not a critical piece of work at all. I think we need to allow the club and the community to find a way themselves of how to use and best utilise that facility. Kia ora.
So noting Councillor Tamihana's sort of not objection, but not considering this to be a priority, can I just have a quick show of hands whether those who wish to support that particular recommendation continue? As worded. Yes, yes. So, in fact, that officers undertake further work around the Wairere Surf Club Lifesaving Club designation report back in 2025. Are you comfortable with that remains in that monitoring report? Yep. I'm getting a show of hands. Right. Thank you. Is there anything else? So now that J reads, officers undertake a stock take on lease agreements and report back to council with this information, including an assessment on the current leasing policy. You happy with that? Yep. Okay, so I'm comfortable to move this recommendation 2.11 from that reads now that Council note the following items will be added to the long-term plan 2024-2044 action monitoring report, and progress will be reported back to Council, listing those items A to J. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we've made steady progress through the afternoon. Thank you all. We will take a break now for 15 minutes and be back at 3:15. Thank you. Um, no, many of you won't know who Richie Benaud will be. But anyway, so we're now talking fees and charges and other policies. So can I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 that we receive the report and thank submitters for their time for doing so. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Noting that we're actually going to move 2.4 to after 2.7 because we don't want to endorse all the fees and charges before we've actually talked about the fees and charges, and there are specific ones that I've no doubt that people want to raise. So our first item in this space is the rubbish bag price. No, is it? Hang on, where are we? Topic 1.
2.5.
Yeah. 2.5. The Council endorsed the recommended rubbish bag prices as outlined in the fees and charges. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I'd like to move that we set the rubbish bag price at $6.
So that's an amendment. Is anyone prepared to second that? Councillor Tukapua? Right. So the motion's on the table.
Just speak to it.
Yes, please.
Look, I'll acknowledge we've had quite a bit of discussion around this through workshops and obviously in the officer analysis. And I accept that this doesn't necessarily align with officer recommendations and advice around pricing and strategy. But from my perspective, where our community has told us over and over again that they want more user pays approach in terms of our fees and charges, and I think we've done a particularly good job at resetting that and finding the appropriate balance in terms of our fees and charges. But this was the outlier for me, and this was an area where we have significant cross-subsidisation in our community, and so I'm really uncomfortable with where the price currently is and is proposed to be. And so, therefore, that's why I've moved the $6 because I think it, even at that price, it doesn't fully recover the cost of providing that service. So there are ratepayers across this district that will continue to subsidise people to use rubbish bags. But I believe that this is a good first step in trying to rebalance that pricing strategy.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
So I offer the alternative, which is to vote against it. And noting that, by way of background in the officer's report, Palmerston North price is $2.90. The principle of user pays is one that must not be a gospel to us. It is one set of values, but there are times when I think it's important to challenge user pays and to actually say that some cross-subsidisation does make sense. I value the comments made in the officer's report. I think this idea about having as affordable an option as possible, coupled with the small bags, makes the business of recycling more attractive because the bags are smaller, they're put out only when they're filled, and also the affordability issue, which the uptake I note in the officer's report is mainly by older people, and that may well then correspond with people on fixed incomes. So for those reasons, I oppose the proposal.
Councillor Tukapua.
As Sam mentioned, there was quite a bit of discussion around the price of the bags, so it does cost to deliver this a bit more than $6, and we've been charging $4 for a very long time. So as a picking up the $2 and more extra, the situation with that is those that don't use a bag and have a bin, they're paying for their own bins and then they're paying for someone else's bag. As well as we've just decided in the solid waste activity, everyone will pay the same for the landfill legacy, and now whoever receives recycling will pay for it, including the rural parts. And now for the bag, we're like, oh, okay, well, no, we'll subsidise this. Well, I think we need to take a consistent approach, and through the workshops that I offered actually a $5, let's meet halfway sort of thing, but that didn't fly at the time, which is why I've seconded this. And we've heard through submissions the user pays, but also, and this is no disrespect to officers, but your analysis, what you picked up on about Palmerston North having cheaper bags, well, guess what? Their population is nearly 3 times us, so the cost can spread far greater, and that's why they can afford to charge that kind of a price. Our according to our LTP full document, our population sits at 37,522, and theirs is 91,800. So I just cannot support sticking to the $4.
Councillor Brady.
Thanks, Worship. Look, no, Mr. Haig, I think it's not here, but I might get some guidance from the CEO. I know. Thinking about David McMillan's representation to us one night during some of our workshops, and talked about actually lowering the cost of the bags to enable council to gain more market share. And it was a pretty recent sort of a submission, I thought, or presentation. And I could see the worthiness of that, but I don't know, Monique, whether you're in a position to make any comment, or anyone is, but that would be helpful, I think, in this discussion.
Through your worship. So yeah, you're correct, Councillor Brannigan. There is a theory that the lower the cost, therefore the more accessible the rubbish bag is. Therefore, if we increase the cost, arguably it could put some people in a position where they opt to go for a private wheelie bin service over a rubbish bag. However, reminding council that this is in the context of a broader rubbish service, which through this long-term plan, obviously some of those, given the timing of our contract reviews, council's not been able to dig deep on what is the provision of our rubbish service into the future. We've not provided any, deep analysis to council on the pros, cons, ups, downs. I know that councillors expect that work to be done, and that we anticipate that work does need to be done ahead of the procurement decisions you'll make around the rubbish and recycling services, which currently expire 30 June 25 and 26. But yeah, like within the organisation, we're aware that there is a mode potentially to increase the bag cost, and obviously it's for council to think through what those implications, either good or bad, might be.
Sorry, Councillor, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. Through you, Mayor Bernie, can I ask a subsequent question just to understand the whole lowering the cost? I might have got a bit mixed up, but controlling more of the waste stream made sense when we had a landfill. But now that we have to transport waste to Bonnie Glen and we have to pay extra for that, now if we're collecting more and transporting more, wouldn't the cost go up?
Yes, in terms of that transport cost, I suppose and I can see in my peripheral vision that Mr. Haig has returned to the room, but how I understand it is the cost for us to pick up the rubbish bags is going to be the same whether we're picking up 10 bags down that street or 20 bags down that street. And so there's the cost to deliver the contract, and then you're right, Councillor Tukupa, obviously with the closure of the landfill there is the cost to transport to Bonnie Glen, and then there's also the cost to put the waste into Bonnie Glen itself, which we know has a subsequent impact as well. So it's probably, what is the driver for council? Is part of the driver to increase revenue? Is part of it to reduce the amount of waste? Is it encouraging that behavioural change? Are we open to the consequence of it potentially meaning some of our current customers who might use rubbish bags move to a wheelie bin service? All of whatever the outcome, what I suppose my comment to council would be, it's all really helpful insights to shape the work that we're about to embark on, to then inform you as elected members as you make those decisions about service delivery model. around solid waste.
Did you have a comment?
If I could, through your worship.
Sorry, Rob.
Yeah. If I could just add to that too, and really touch on what Monique has said around a big part of this issue is based around the current contract we have in place that is limiting our ability to manage our way forward, and there's a large amount of work that needs to happen in the next 12 months, which isn't too dissimilar to the review we did on the Alliance, which will put us in a far greater position to move forward holistically from the whole waste management perspective. And the rubbish bags, I guess from a perspective of increasing the price would limit our ability to counteract that contract to a degree. So it's a difficult situation we find ourselves in today in relation to these deliberations. However, there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done to better inform council.
Thank you, Rob. Look, for me, I can't support this. A 50% increase in a fee doesn't sit right with me at all. And most of our fees and charges, we're increasing it between 3 and 5%, which is, and I can understand the private public good situation in terms of this, but I believe that it should remain as it is at $4 anyway. Your right of reply, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I start from the fundamental premise that if you create or produce the waste, you should pay the cost of disposing it. The current model and the current pricing does not reflect that. It basically says that, yes, there is a huge chunk of our population that are subsidising the cost of people to dispose of the waste that they are creating. And that is not fair. And that's why one of the things that we've been focused on through this LTP is about pursuing that user pays model, but also about fairness. We shouldn't expect others to pay for over 50% of the cost of providing that service. Deputy Mayor Allen talked about the Palmerston North price of $2.90, but in that analysis, unfortunately, it's not comparing apples with apples because they are a large city. Their cost to deliver the service is probably lower because they can spread those overheads over a larger population. So the level of cross-subsidisation is, I suspect, much lower. In terms of the waste market, I think Councillor Tukapua framed that nicely for me, which is that in terms of our position in the waste market, it seems that what we're saying is that we want to just do all the stuff that costs money and do all the stuff that no one else wants to do that the commercial market won't do, and yet this isn't even a situation where we're then expecting people to pay for that. We're actually expecting cross-subsidisation from people that don't even use that service. So for me, that just doesn't sit right. So for that reason, I encourage elected members to support this increase. I think what it will do is it will, acknowledging the comments of the Chief Executive and Rob, that yes, there's a piece of further work, but what this will do is it will inform that work because it will give us live data as to the impact and the price sensitivity in terms of demand. Do people want this? Do people still want this bag service at this price? And if not, we can make adjustments. So this is a 1 year. I'm not going to call it an experiment, but it's a 1 year opportunity for us to try and reset the balance and see what the impact is. And so for that reason, I think it's entirely appropriate.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now put the recommendation. All those in favour that council endorse, council adjust the fees and charges to set the price of rubbish bag at $6 per bag. Those in favour, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are those against? 3. Okay. So the motion is carried. Now, I assume, Councillor Tukapua, that your earlier recommendation you no longer wish to put. You made a exactly. Okay, so we're now moving to other fees and charges within this report. So that was the first one. Are there any other comments or that people want to make about particular fees and charges at all?
Sorry,
Councillor Tamihana.
sorry, I'm just trying to find it. It was actually around the storage. Where do I find it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. I wanted to propose that we actually increase our charge. I think it was $4 a day for storing abandoned vehicles. I think that's not sufficient to cover the costs, and as the report suggested, council are quite often unable to recover all of their costs when it comes to recovering abandoned vehicles, storing those abandoned vehicles, and then the time and that to process those vehicles being returned to either the rightful owner or to be on-sold to try and recover some costs. I think this is a cost that council and the ratepayer certainly shouldn't be covering. It's up to the user and the owner of those vehicles, in my mind, to cover those costs, and I think an increase is in this suggested measure, and I know it's extremely high, but it's really to promote that we don't want our vehicles abandoned around our town streets and other rural areas.
So my question is that if people have abandoned their vehicles and we are storing them, that the cost then means that it's probably not worth for some of them actually collecting them. Is that a possibility or an unintended consequence of raising it to that level?
Oh, you want to answer? No, I Justin emailed these questions through, and I read the answers. And from Fire, it says they can store them up to 2 weeks generally, and then they come back and collect them. They do get retrieved.
So yeah, just noting, I assume councillors are up to date with the response that the officers gave to Justin's questions. Yeah, cool. So this is a new one, right? So this is 2.6, is that right?
Yeah, we'll renumber them.
Oh no, it'll be, so at this stage it's 2.5A, if you like. So the Councillor Tamihana is making a resolution that says the council increase the abandoned vehicle storage cost to $10 per day. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Tukapua. Anyone wish to speak to that? Put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Alright, we're still on the topic of fees and charges. And topic 1, are there any further? Councillor Boyle.
Can I query? There was a lot of talk about rounding up fees and charges. Are we going to address that at any point, or do you want us to do individual motions to round up individual fees and charges? Because that could be really tedious.
We're not going to allow that to happen, no.
Through your worship, so we did provide some commentary to elected members in the report. It is, I'm not going to use the word impossible because I'll be challenged by someone more intelligent than me to using that word. But it's really challenging for us to say by rounding up these 1,000 fees, we will earn X amount of dollars more. But I think the report presents an opportunity for councillors to round up fees without us being able to give you absolute certainty about what it might mean for our revenue assumptions for the next financial year. So as you can see in that fees and charges schedule, rounding up can be anything from kind of 10 cents to 40 cents, or rounding it down as well.
Can I put forward a motion that council round up all fees to the nearest whole dollar? If that's the motion, if we want to do it as a motion, that seems like the fastest way to do it. Round up all fees to the nearest whole dollar. All of them upwards. Are there any we want to specifically exclude tonight?
So just checking that.
Without getting in the way of council's decision-making process, the intent of this is so that we don't have fees, for example, that are $55.90 or $703.80. Like I get it. Probably what I just encourage the table to consider is particularly those fees that particularly around our recreation facilities. So, for example, our pool. So, by rounding it up to the next dollar, what that means is that for our senior citizens to access the Shannon pool, for example, instead of it being $1.50, it's $2. Council might be okay with that. It ultimately will either attract more revenue, or it will mean we have less people come through the door. So you just might want to particularly consider the impact on our aquatics and maybe libraries in terms of photocopying and
Rental for
those rentals for the new, what do we call them, VIP books? The new books.
I wondered, Councillor Boyle, if the way round it, any fee over a certain figure gets rounded up, and that, you know, whatever that figure might, $10, $20, $50, whatever, might be the way to go, rather than saying a blanket increase rounding, because, you know, that would mean that photocopying price would go from 20 cents to $1, which is totally unreasonable, to be honest. Councillor Roberts.
Can I just possibly change that to 50 cents rather than $1? It's like, for me, the printing's obviously a big one. So if you've got 20 cents, you're going to take it to $1 to do an A4 sheet, or etc. And also, you know, actually swimming it in that.
Well, that's why I maybe suggest that it be above a certain level fee before you actually get to it.
Would the move consider that for any fee that's between $10 and $100, it's rounded to the next 50 cents, and for anything over $100, it's rounded up to the next whole dollar? Would that be a? I'm kind of intrigued to see if the motion passes as it stands, but I'm happy to go. What if we're doing we're doing any fee over $10, between 10 and 100, we're going to the nearest 50 cents. Why don't we do the whole lot to the nearest 50 cents? Alright, can we amend the motion to any fee over $10 to the nearest 50 cents?
That might cause some confusion if it's $10.90. Put up to because the
So that means, just for clarity, I'm getting a nod there.
Yeah, that's how I've interpreted it. So essentially, anything over $10 is either going to be $10.50 or $1. So you're not going to see your 10s, 20s, 30s.
Yeah. Okay, so just reading that out again, the motion is that council round up any fee over 10, any fee. The council round up any fee over $10 to the nearest 50 cents. Is that Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Jennings. Is there any further discussion or Councillor Tamihana?
Kia ora. I will say something because I did pose the question and prior to the meeting to ask about the rounding. I just think for the public to understand this conversation that there was definitely a consideration by all council to do rounding up or down. I'm not sure if it was to this level of detail, however. So I just wanted to speak to it and just say that it feels a little bit like penny pinching for myself, and if I'm being completely honest, and as I have alluded to already, a lot of these increases will, in my mind, affect the most vulnerable parts of our community. And so, although I'm encouraged that we look to lift the levels here, I also know we have very savvy, what's the word I'm looking for, IT, accounting, technology. I'm sure they can round up to the nearest 3 cents. So, but that's just my comment for you. Thank you.
So, Councillor Board, do you wish to speak any further to this matter before I put it to the table?
Happy to just put it to the vote.
Thank you. All right. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Thank you. Carried. Noting Councillor Tamihana and Councillor Proctor's no vote to that. Right. So, again, we have councillors had enough time to consider all the other fees and charges as well. If so, we'll move on to topic number 2, which is the draft development contributions policy. And the submission. Hang on. We'll now go back to 2.6. The council direct officers to continue to review service delivery options for domestic solid waste. Do I have I'm happy to move that. Anyone second that? Deputy Mayor Allen. No further discussion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, 2.7, the council endorsed the recommended waste transfer fees. And just for councillors' information, those are included where? Well, you've seen those.
Well, from page 243 onwards of your agenda is the full schedule.
Right. Yeah, right.
Noting that they now need rounded.
Yes. I'm happy to move this. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Tamihana. Thank you. All those in favour? Thank you, please. Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now we go back to 2.4. The council endorsed the fees and charges as amended, which is attached in D24/63304, fees and charges full schedule, deliberations 22 May 2024. Moved by Councillor Brannigan, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now we move to topic number 2 in this section, which is around development contributions. And the recommendation is 2.8. The council endorse. I just want to check with the Chief Executive Officer that 2.9 relates to the development contributions policy. So does that need to be? It needs to be done first.
It relates to.
Yes, right. All right. Well, in fact, that won't, change our proposal for the draft development contributions, just directing further work.
I was going to speak to that if it was going to go through, because I'm against it.
Okay.
And I was prepared to debate it if someone did.
We will debate it, but we will. Let's move 2.8. The Council endorsed the proposed changes to Tables 1 and 2 and Appendix 5 of the Draft Development Contributions Policy. Is anyone? Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Jennings is moving. Councillor Brannigan is seconding. Any further discussion or debate on this? Councillor Jennings.
Look, just to acknowledge all of the considerable work that's gone into this policy and the revised numbers. From where we started to where we've ended up, I think is an appropriate balance. Some of those numbers were pretty scary to start with in terms of the proposed increases to development contributions, but through that capital program reprioritisation, and the moderation, I think there's some good, well, I say comfortable methodology in terms of how we've developed the splits in terms of what growth should pay for and what the existing community should pay for, and I think the tables reflect a good sweet spot. Yes, there may be some ups and downs, overs and unders over time, but we just obviously the council table just needs to keep an eye on that and make sure that we're continuously monitoring those settings. So look, I encourage elected members to support.
Councillor Brannigan.
Yeah, just concur with Councillor Jennings' comments and appreciate the work that went into it, because I think there was some unease about the makeup of those large numbers, and it's great to see the work produce something I think that's a lot more palatable, so appreciate it.
Yes, agreed. All right, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, now moving to 2.9. The Council directs officers to investigate the actual demand created by aged care rooms and retirement units in the district as part of a future long-term plan / long-term plan amendment process.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jennings is moving. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Allen, thank you. It's on the table.
Just to speak
Councillor
briefly.
Jennings, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to speak briefly to this, I think it makes sense for us to do some further thinking and work around assessing that actual demand. And I want to paint a picture around why that's a reasonable thing to at least ask the question and do the work to look at it. Because aged care rooms are essentially people who are significantly unwell or invalid, essentially. These are people that are not going to be people that, even if they have access to a swimming pool or a sports field or a park or other various public facilities, they are not people that are going to cause demand on some of those public facilities. And so I think that there potentially is an appropriate setting that says, well, in an aged care room context, perhaps there are there is some appropriate decrease in the level of development contribution that might be required for that person, because they are not actually creating any extra demand or taking any extra capacity. So I know there will be various views around the table around that, but what this motion does is it at least does the work to allow us to consider the issue further, as we have done in other contexts through the development contributions policy. So I think all we're doing by supporting this motion is agreeing to do some further thinking to bring back options to the table. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're committing to saying that aged care rooms would see a reduction, but at least gives us the information to consider that.
Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, I'm against it, and I'll explain why. So this resolution has come out of the submission by Somerset Village, who in June 2023 were the second highest developer in the country, and this is set to exclude them from paying development contributions because they don't think it's fair that they pay towards roading and community infrastructure. Now, as we know, retirement villages have independent living. People that are aged from 55 over, not our 65s, there are detached houses within these villages, and whilst I know that it's kind of, oh, we're just going to count the beds and things like that, what it leads to is developers not paying their contribution, and I think they can afford it in this case because they are using, how do you manage or monitor whether these residents are going out in their vans as they do, and well, they're going on the road, aren't they? But they visit our facilities, they might use their scooters and get out. You cannot monitor fairly who is doing what and which ones are in that part of the village or that part of the village and their level of use. I just think we have a 20-year plan that sets to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on infrastructure, and we have this DC policy for a reason, and I'm not prepared to move in this instance for this one submitter because we had other developers come, but they didn't speak to this.
Councillor Boyle.
I agree with the sentiments here. The aged care sector is a pretty huge sector. It's constantly growing. If we look at Bupa, they made just shy of $12 million last year. They've got money to spend on this. The estimate from their reports is that it cost them $250K to put a bed in. That's start to finish. I don't think our development contribution on their developments are going to be. They can afford it. They should pay for it. These are services that they utilise. These are services we all pay for. These are services that some of these people have used all their lives and will probably continue to use. I don't see why we should invest time and effort in trying to subsidise developers.
Councillor Jennings, would you like a right of reply?
Yeah, just very briefly, and look, totally acknowledge the comments of Councillor Tukupa and Councillor Boyle. I think that I think the motion deliberately references aged care rooms and retirement units, and that they need to be considered potentially separately, which is why this piece of work is important, because there potentially is a bespoke response needed, because I totally disagree with Councillor Boyle's assessment that somebody in an aged care room is going to go out and use these public facilities. They're an aged care room for a purpose, that they are it's essentially assisted living, it's healthcare that's provided to people who are essentially immobile in most contexts. But I accept that there is a range of people that potentially utilise aged care rooms through to retirement units, which is why we need to do the further work to actually assess the issues and understand the impact. Because even though these are giant companies that make lots of money, ultimately it's the customer, it's people within our community that are paying the cost, whether either directly or through their taxes in terms of any government subsidies that these facilities get. Look, I think it's worth doing the work, allocating some time. Is it the highest priority? No, but again, I think it's important that it's on our to-do list, and maybe it's to-do list next year.
Thank you. So we'll put the recommendation that Council directs officers to investigate the actual demand created by aged care rooms and retirement units in the district as part of a future LTP/LTPA process. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion is carried. Thank you. All right, so we now move to 2.10, which is around the draft significance and engagement policy, which is on page 239 of your agenda. Is there any anything there in that significance engagement policy that councillors wish to comment on? In that case, I'll put the motion that council endorse the draft significance and engagement policy. All those in favour? Sorry? Oh, seconded. Sorry. Thank you. So, was anyone voting against that proposal? No. Thank you. All right. So we now move to 4.6, which is the deliberations report number 5 in terms of financial modelling. And again, these are broken up into various topics within this report, which we will do individually. And so can I move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 that we receive the report and acknowledge submissions? Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So 2.4 is that council note and agree to the incorporation of the outlined changes from the draft LTP, which reduced the proposed rates increase from 17.4% consulted on to 16.1%. So, you want to ask, you're moving that? Okay, all right. And seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. Thank you. So, on the table. All right, so wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, just to acknowledge that, basically, just to explain this to the public, that obviously we went out with a preferred option of 17.4% for consultation. Since that process began, the organisation's done some really significant work to find some additional savings and adjust budgets, and so that's where we've ended up with the 16.1%. So just to thank the Chief Executive and her team for the further work that's been undertaken to get us to that starting point, anyway.
I completely concur with those comments. Yeah, it's significant that we can reduce already by 1.3% from where we consulted. It's good work. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're now on to topic number 2, which is capital spending prioritisation. Where, while there's no specific recommendation, are there any comments or anything about what the issues that are included in that space? Councillor Tukapua.
Except to mention that I had sent through a resolution which speaks to CapEx in a roundabout way. It's really targeting depreciation, but there is context within the CapEx that I might need to explain. So if you're happy to just take that up at the end, would that make sense, or do I need to do it now?
I have got, maybe that could be introduced. Yeah, it gets introduced in the next report, the Financial Matters Management Report, CapEx Program. All right, and report number 5. Well, in fact, this is what we're doing. So the officers have said 2.12, but we can maybe bring that forward.
Just by way of guidance, Councillor Tukapua, because you're right, it links to this context. My advice is that we deal with that recommendation in report 6, but what I'd encourage you to do is maybe share the sentiment of that resolution with the table now, so that them noting our presentation around the CapEx prioritisation, they just know that in the context of that, if you depending on where the council might land around depreciation, what you might be proposing around capital prioritisation.
Yeah, so we've done this a few times around elected members, and you'll note that this was the latest version, or put in our cubbies, or you had the spreadsheet on your devices. I have, based on the submissions and hearing process, sought to go back and look through some of the things that submitters pointed out and says, what about this, what about that? For example, the Farmers Ratepayer Group, they pointed out the cycleway improvements for $721,000. I note that in the land transport or roading activity, there are high confidence NZTA funding pieces of work, then there's medium confidence NZTA funding, and then there's low. Now the cycling sits in the low. We won't know till September whether this government will want to fund that, and so I guess it's subject to timing, yeah. But other than cycle improvements, the other low confidence one was minor safety improvements. Now, I don't have an appetite to touch that one, but I guess when you add, and you would have seen it where we get to tutu, and everyone kind of uses the calculator if that's your style. So we've tested to see what moves and what the impacts, flow-on effects are. And with the number of items that I looked across, there is room. This is what I'm leading to, what Monique's asked me to do, is it leads me to believe that there is 525,000 across CapEx, and I obviously just picked out cycling improvements as one example because it's low confidence. But even across the CapEx overall, that's the preferred approach from officers, that 525,000 of depreciation funding, which saves a further 1%. So as a start, we can go from 16 to 15.1 if we wanted to, which will be debated later, as you heard. And I can give you the calculations of that, how you reach that when that conversation starts. So
thank you for that context. So as indicated, we will debate that following in our 4.7 in the what services do we need. Okay, so getting back to any further comments around capital prioritisation. Okay, moving on then to topic number 3, which is the amendments to the statements of service provision, and 2.5, that Council endorsed the changes to the statement of service performance measures as appended as attachment D24/63957, statement of service performance measures, deliberation changes May 2024. And I wondered, Chief Executive, if you just want to explain why Audit did want to change these.
Unless the Chair of Risk and Insurance would like to. I know he spent some time with Audit. I'm happy to.
I'll tell you, I'll let you explain and then I'll come in with my take.
I'm going to hand over to Ashley, who's had the pleasure of working with Audit intimately on this.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. One of the, so 2 of the SSPs we needed to add additional information to, which you'll see have been added to the end of that attachment. That was some minor wording changes. The other SSPs were noted by Audit that they do not meet the requirement as the pieces of work in which we were suggesting that we would provide a measure to, or in a target to, have not been created, therefore they cannot be measured. If we were to leave them within the long-term plan, we would have got an emphasis of matter on our audit opinion. So therefore we have suggested that we move them to be an OPM, which is an organisation performance measure, and we report them within the organisation performance report. The decision to do that instead of change the wording of the measures is we believe that if we were to change the wording, it would change the intent of what we were trying to achieve in the first place.
So, Jenny, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add, I guess, the political lens over the top of it, like, really frustrating place to be in, but to acknowledge the hard work of the team and particularly Councillor Tukupua's input into the original set of SSPs. And yeah, it is, I guess, somewhat frustrating at the 11th hour that we've had to have this change in direction, but I acknowledge that we're trying to be pragmatic here and avoid that the emphasis in the audit opinion. So some of these probably don't get us where we wanted to in terms of some of the changes we were looking to make through our SSPs, but we will still have that accountability reporting through the OPR. Yeah, look, that's enough. I don't need to.
Any further discussion on this? We do need a mover and seconder for this. So Councillor Jennings, and I'm happy to second that. In that case, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, 2.6, which has been covered, hasn't it? We don't need to do 2.6? No. We've dealt with that, yes. Councillor Boyle.
Can I replace it with something else? Or do you want things after we've got what's there?
You want to replace?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've dealt with it, haven't we?
We've dealt with it. Can I put another item in as 2.6 instead?
In relation to what?
In relation to funding, I've sent it through to Ash already, just a motion. We're happy to do it later. We can do what's already in the agenda. We'll do it later.
Yeah, we'll do it under financial matters.
Yep, cool.
Yep. All right, topic number 5 is that Council consider the option of Council becoming a living wage employer and increasing the budget by a further $63,195 to provide sufficient funding. Is there a mover or seconder for this motion? You're moving, Councillor Grimstone, seconded by Councillor Boyle. So, Councillor Grimstone, do you want to speak to this?
I should let Councillor Boyle lead off on this. It's the right thing to do, and the council needs to leadership to our community around this issue. Point blank.
Councillor Boyle.
I'm glad you went first. I didn't have anything great prepared. Council should be a living wage employer. Every employer should be a living wage employer. Everyone deserves to be paid a living wage. That's why it's called a living wage. There will be many arguments from the other side of the table regarding this screwing down the gap between people. This isn't what this is about. This is about people being paid enough to participate in the community that they live in. Council should do that under their obligations as a good employer.
Look, I won't be supporting this. Couple of reasons. One, I have some cynicism around the benchmark of what is a living wage as well, and how that is arrived at, because I don't think the figures that apply to us here in the Horowhenua equate to what might happen in central Wellington or central Auckland. I believe there are different costings that have apply in different regions. I also, I know personally, while I pay my own staff accordingly well, I believe, for the current market, some of them don't earn the living wage, so I can't be seen to be supporting this either. Anyone else wish to speak to it? Councillor Olsen.
Yeah, quickly. I won't support this either. For me personally, I guess even when I left school, I started at a certain point, and I think it gives you a bit of direction to actually try and upskill yourself and actually improve, rather than just set for the status quo. So just quickly.
Okay, Councillor Grimstone, do you wish to write a reply?
Look, at the end of the day, you've got to walk down the street and look people in the eye. This is about council demonstrating its responsibility at setting an appropriate wage so people can live comfortably and in a safe environment. When you knuckle it down, we've had far longer debates over far more money than what this will actually cost council to lift the minimal number of employees that are sitting under that living wage at the moment. But it's a very meaningful show from the council should we move forward with it.
Thank you. Sorry. No, thank you. Division. Sorry, I didn't hear. I thought you. My apologies. All right, we will have division, and I've got a sheet now that. So I'm going to start from the opposite direction that we had the previous one. So, Councillor Young, you're first.
Support.
Sorry. Yes. I'm against. Councillor Tukapua.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana. For. Councillor Proctor. For. Councillor Ogson.
Awesome. Against.
Councillor Jennings.
Against.
Councillor Horace Parr.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Deputy Mayor Allen, sorry. For. The motion is carried, 7 votes to 5. Can I just go back to Okay, thank you. Okay, so now moving to topic number 6, which is lobby central government for more funding tools. Motion reads that council continues to advocate to central government for an increased range of funding tools available to council.
Moved.
Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Jennings. Any further discussion? Yeah, exactly. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And then we now move to a number of minor wording changes to facilities and fee policies, which are encompassed in 2.9 to 2.11.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move 2.9, 2.10, 2.11 as a block.
As a block?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't necessarily need to read those out, I don't think, do I? No. Okay, cool. So moved by Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Tukapua. Anyone wishing to speak to those? There being none, I will put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of that report. We're now moving to 4.7. Okay, so let's move 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 first. That the report be received and that acknowledging submissions. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. What I intend to do with this topic is move a motion, and then One, I intend to move a package, if you like, and then basically we will then go to every item that is included in that package, rather than get amendments one by one through the whole discussion. I want to test the table in terms of where you sit with some of those changes and those options, and that then at the end, if there are amendments required, then we will do so. The Chief Executive has just advised me that we now sit at 16.4%, so that our earlier motion in terms of noting that we were at 16.1, because of the additions that we've made since that decision, we are now sitting at 16.4%. So in light of that, I intend to move option 2, 2.5, that 16.4% average rates increase with some reduced levels of service, noting that given the additional cost saving work done by the organisation, let's just make it that adopt option 2, 16.4%. The reasons why I do that is basically I wish to agree with the community. I'm through this engagement consultation process and very encouraged by the support that the community gave for that 17.4% rates increase. They understand the challenges that we are facing and are realistic about some of the choices that we're having to make. And when you add the 12% or so that said go with 23.6%, that means we've got over 50% of those who submitted supporting a package. And while I completely understand why people would be against the rates increase that we're proposing, as I said, I'm pretty encouraged by the support and positivity from those people that we did. We did present a package, and that's what I'm trying to encourage you to support now, rather than pick apart one by one all those options. I believe that we have had that feedback from the community that they support that package. So to now go and change it all, I think would be a retrospective and retrograde step. I'm confident now that we will get acceptance. The fact that we've already reduced it by 1% for a start, I think indicates to our community that we have made some really, I think, some quite impressive sort of moves to do it. Acknowledging the work that has gone on with the organisation in terms of the savings that they have presented to us, and the acknowledgement of the challenges that has caused. I think our community, while they may not like it, are accepting of what we are proposing. And as I've said on a number of occasions, I checked every address that was in our submissions and looked at what the rates increase would mean for them in terms of that proposal. The average is between $9 and $12 extra a week. There are very few outside that range, and if they were generally those properties that in fact are in the urban area that have very high land values but poor capital value values. And so I'm very conscious that in fact some of those that are being impacted, and Sam will relate to the woman that came and saw us at a couple with a councillor event in the council who lived in a $190,000 capital value home but had a land value of $810,000. Now her rates were climbing significantly, much more than anyone else that I could find almost, which is a real challenge. And that's why I'm presenting this package. But even she understood that the realities of what we were facing, and was prepared to accept it, funnily enough. So open with those comments. As I said, I'm with that motion that I'm proposing. I'm seeking a seconder initially. Thank you, Councillor Jennings. But then we do need to individually go through the option 2 changes or not that may be good, so that people have an opportunity to actually challenge, if you like, any of those things that they wish to be. Because I can imagine there will be some views around whether or not we actually do that. Understanding now that we have 16.4 rates increase in front of us with that package 2, option 2. All right, so open for questions, discussion or debate. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as the seconder of your motion, look, I was keen to support you putting this on the table. So to hear for those who are uncomfortable with the package as you proposed and put on the table, to be really explicitly clear about what it is that they are unhappy about with this package or what they want to include. And so hopefully we can narrow down the scope of issues to then either see this package succeed or if it doesn't succeed, then we've got a much better chance of finding consensus on those narrow scope of issues. But like the Mayor suggested, I think that this package does strike an appropriate balance. We've gone and put out a first proposal to the community, and my sense is that there are people, many people in our community who do not like that number. But ultimately, I think that the context of where we find ourselves and appreciating the pressures we're under, that there is acceptance that is where that we need to land at or around that number.
So I suppose what I'm seeking now, is there any of those topics in option 2 that people want to bring up and discuss? Councillor Olsen.
Yep. So for me, boom mowing, I just think, look, although it sounds great, and I'm sure in practical terms in some areas of our community it would work by stopping it, but I think there are areas, and I'd highlight likes of Shannon, who've got massive booms, and they won't be mowing. So for me, it's something that we either need to relook at or put this back on the table, in my opinion, because all we're going to do is actually make our community look like it's not loved and not looked after. And for me, I'm sitting around this table, I can't support that.
I guess I sort of take the view of here we go again. Let's put this record back on, right? When you look at the number of submitters who have said yes, we are happy with option 2, and we have some submitters that say they want us to look at option 3. So over, do the numbers, 80% or higher have said option 2 we're happy with. In fact, option 3 submitters have said we're happy with option 2, let's do some more. I don't see the point of regurgitating a margin particularly on an item that's going to take us from talking about 16.4 and push us back to 16.9. When we've been through a consultation process, the boom mowing and every other item under this package has clearly been on the table, and we've received the mandate from our community in our feedback to go there, albeit begrudgingly, but go there. So I would, I've countered the view that I'd be having everything in this package that's already been signed off by our community as it stands.
Councillor Moore.
I can't support this package as it stands. My primary issue with this is the closure of community facilities. especially given the impact of this. It's 75k at 0.1%. Given the other reductions we've made, I would like to see that brought back. That's the only thing I want added back. So keep the library open. If we look at the submissions, it was pretty clear. We had 25 people saying keep it open. We had 7 that were vehemently on to close it. It's an important community facility. It serves a pretty important purpose, arguably one of the biggest ones in council.
Yeah, Councillor Brannigan, are you wanting to talk about this issue that Councillor Boyle raised or another issue? Because what I was intending to do, I suppose, is someone raised boom mowing. So I think we should settle the boom mowing issue first and then move on to another topic if there is one. Yeah, so, all right, so we're not talking about the whole package now. If someone's raised that they are against the boom mowing being in the package, so let's resolve that first and then we'll move on. And if there is an amendment required to the package, we can do that at the end. So in terms of let's continue the boom mowing situation first before we return to Councillor Boyle's issue around libraries and facilities. So Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, I anticipated that this might, well, I suppose we all did, that this might, so I sought to ask some questions and get some more information around what if we continued to mow the booms of the arterials and the sorts of booms that Ross describes and kind of meet halfway. So the answer was we can do that for about 100,000. So that's we would be reducing by 140, not 240, keeping 100 in there to achieve that as a sweet spot. But I mean, if everyone wants to go the whole hog on, but I'm just offering the information I was given.
Councillor Branning.
Yeah, no surprise that I want to see boom mowing reinstated into the mix, or at least partially reinstated. And I think I've well and truly canvassed my reasons for that. And I think I encourage live-in ward councillors particularly, or live-in based councillors particularly, to cast their minds outside of your town boundary. Because our towns, our rural towns, our coastal towns look very different than your town with your full infrastructure, which coastal communities and other communities in the district outside of Live-in don't have. I drove around Foxton Beach, Foxton and Shannon recently and counted the number of streets that don't have footpaths. People have to walk on the roads. If the roads aren't safe, they walk on the grass verges. Now we can argue, and we've heard the submitters say that it's about time, and we've often count in the council officers' reports to say that we need to be good neighbours and go mow other people's booms if they can't mow them. You know, it's not going to happen these days. It might have happened once. We're not living in the 50s anymore, unfortunately. It's not going to happen these days. And the people that live in those coastal communities will quickly see this drop in service levels. Whether it's 16.4 or 16.8 or 17, it's still a sizable rates increase that's going to hurt people in the pocket. On top of that, whether it's 16.4 or 16.8, like I've just said, or 17.4, they're going to see a hell of a drop of level of service in their community. Their community is going to start looking shabby. Their community is going to look uncared for, and aside from for lots of other reasons. So, for me, it's a total retrograde step. It's totally unnecessary for what it is 0.4 of a rates increase at a time where we're trying to battle lots of other things. This is one of the things that I urge councillors not to do, because there will be a reaction. You look at other councils around the country, and I know there's one not far from us that did this and reinstated it very quickly because of the community backlash. There's other things we can save money. And I note today that we've put $64,000 back in the budget for living wage and $50,000 for an emissions portal that most people won't see. But that's $900,000 of something that people will see, will feel, will note,
and our communities will suffer for in terms of the look and appearance. So for me, it's short-sighted, it's unnecessary, it's quite frankly crazy, and it will come back to us, I guarantee it. So I don't want to see my community or other communities outside I live in change the way they'll change in terms of look and appearance. And if I had one more comment, it's something that someone spoke to me recently at a function in Foxton Beach. They were from Wellington and they were looking at buying a holiday home. And the comment they made was the pathway between Foxton and Foxton Beach, how brilliant that is. They've come up for a holiday, and the fact that we mow that grass between Foxton and Foxton Beach, which is really attractive, and showed to them that we're a community that care about self, proud of ourselves, and they want to move here. And that to me sold something. So again, I've probably said it enough. People probably have heard it before. I urge councillors not to do this because I think it's not the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Proctor.
Well, we got an update. It's actually 80,000 to deliver the arterials across the district and those ones.
So just come. Councillor Proctor.
Oh, we've been round and round this issue over and over again, and we seem to always come back to this idea that it's a critical need for this town, and I don't think it is a critical need at this stage. $240,000 on mowing select pieces of lawn around this district. We've spent all day rearranging the costs between urban and rural and making things fair and making things more even, or trying to. Yeah, no one mows my berms out in the rural area. So, I mean, it's not a fair and consistent activity across our district. And until that can be developed and managed properly, I think we need to look at saving some costs. It's 0.5%.
Sorry, Councillor Brannigan, you've had your turn. Let's just keep it so people have a full chance to say what they wish. Anyone else wish to join this debate? Councillor Young.
I'm happy to support finding that sweet spot. It sounds like a really good idea.
So just looking at the option of the arterials only, which I've considered, doesn't cut it in terms of the number of points that Councillor Brannigan made. That will make a difference only in certain respects, but it doesn't address those other fundamental issues that were raised by Councillor Brannigan around the villages and those berms, those 12 to 15 metre wide burns, and what that could look like. So I sit on the full reinstatement.
Could we then just check, because when I asked, I highlighted there are those specifics as Ross described, and it was determined that it would cost 80,000 a year to do that.
Whether it would be helpful to have a bit more detail, more clarification.
Yeah. So, can someone explain what an arterial is?
Yes, so I guess the simple way to describe the arterial is the roads that go right from east to west and north to south, and with the intersections, and not the side roads that dive off all of those. Across Foxton, Shannon, Tukumaru, Foxton Beach, Livin, etc.
So is everyone clear on what Councillor Tukapua is suggesting in terms of those arterials? $80,000, which would bring our rates increase to 16.5%. Sorry? No, well, that's what I'll get to. What I need now is a support or not for that to be done, and then at the end we will make the amendment to my proposal. So what I'm seeking now is either support or not for initially whether berm mowing should stay or go, and then we'll talk about the arterial routes.
But so I did mention reinstatement or partial, and I'm very happy if Levin-based councillors want to remove berm mowing from Levin Township to lower costs. I'm very happy to have that discussion.
I think
would you like me to move a motion that just for clarity?
Yes, I think that would
So
help.
I'll move that we deliver berm mowing specific to arterials, and it's class 7, I think, according to the maps that Ross described. Look, I'll leave the officer to put the right words to that piece, but for 80,000 per annum instead of 240.
Councillor Young is seconding that motion.
Could we have some clarity on what that delivers? Because the way I understand it, that doesn't deliver council caring for its own property in those communities Ross described, where there is no footpaths, there is wide verges, very narrow streets, etc., etc.
So, through your worship, council will still mow where there's a park or reserve. The berm that's associated with that is classed as part of that park or reserve, so that area outside of that would still be mowed.
So we're going, yeah. So there's my whole point. In that case, we would mow the berms outside our parks and reserves because we want them to look good. But everything else, see you later. That's my whole point. It's just not equitable. This whole debate around removing berm mowing is simply not equitable.
Okay, so this resolution will then, if it is successful or not, if it is successful, well then it'll be part of the package 2.5 recommendation. Understood? Okay, so this resolution says that council will deliver berm mowing specific to arterial roads to the cost of $80,000 per annum. Is that what you're seeking?
Yes, because that's the information that determined what we were trying to achieve or avoid effectively. And otherwise it's a
So yes, certainly.
So speaking to this,
yes,
it's a motion on the table.
It is. Yes.
So look, I'm very clear in my mind from officer advice that when we're talking about the arterials, for every arterial, I believe there are dozens of side roads. And that's the point for me. So I urge councillors who do see merit in berm mowing being reinstated to do it properly and to reinstate it. It should be all or nothing in terms of the logic that was put forward by Councillor Brannigan. Otherwise, if we go with this one, we're going to look like a what are we district? Part tidy, part messy. It's just not a solution for me.
Any further discussion? Councillor Proctor.
I'll be supporting this motion. It's a nice compromise.
All right. So division's been called for. So everyone is aware of what we are voting on in terms of this. So, all right. Just making sure before we get to it.
Can I just have a point of clarification just before we vote? So, if this motion passes, then from
1 July, burn mowing ceases across the district, other than arterial roads. If this all turns to hell and we've got people protesting in the streets or storming the council building with mowers or pitchforks, whatever, to correct this, to change the approach. So, and if we wanted to see what the outcome is, what the result is, but then we wanted to change direction, this just requires additional budget being put in and renegotiating terms with council supplier, right? Like partway through the year. Like if we're 6 months in and we go, actually we got this wrong, we can change direction, but it's just an unbudgeted expense that we'd need to. Yeah.
I think that so yes, you're right. Hypothetically, if you make this decision and then it's not worked out and you want to reconsider your decision, which I understand is what happened in 2014. I think it was 5 weeks later, council changed their mind. But what would be helpful, if that is what council's intention might be, that we're not quite sure how this goes and we might have to change our mind, it would be helpful if you note this is a temporary level of service change, because arguably we are changing a level of service here. We're saying we're no longer burn mowing across our district, we're going to burn mow the arterial roads. If it doesn't work, I think in the context of significance, we probably wouldn't have to go back out and consult with the community, but just kind of the risk adverse part of me would say, well, if we could note this as a temporary level of service change, if you think you're going to change your mind in 2 months' time.
Sorry, so just a point of clarity there. So if, for example, we close these buildings as well, and that doesn't work in 5 weeks, we then come back and say we want some more money to reopen them. And the same as that, do we buy our carbon credits back if that doesn't work? Like, what's this on? Yeah, but what are we doing here? Like, we're making a decision, or are we just going to have a backup plan?
Yeah, so those would be council decisions, not my decision. But obviously they would all have a financial consequence, and given how tight our budgets are, we would be borrowing money given we had not rated for it.
You have a question, Councillor Tupu?
Oh no, just at some point a right of reply, seeing I moved it, but I just want to.
So you want your right of reply now?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it requires clarification from the back there.
What, that you say you do have a question?
So in the analysis it talks about an opportunity for council to reclassify areas. I guess why this is part of why it's come about is there is an inconsistency and inequality around which berms are done and which aren't. The ones Ross describes, it makes sense to do those, but there's a whole lot of side roads and all sorts of things that are, oh, we don't know why we mow that one, but we do. You know, like these, that's, I guess that's why if it was the reverse, I'm in the probably, I wouldn't do the whole hog. Trying to find a sweet spot. So if anyone's open to amending that to say, an amendment to add that within 3 months we look to reclassify for a future decision, like future. It doesn't even have a date on it, but that, you know, we could all probably, the officers could say, these are the ones, what do you think, keep going, and respond to any issues that may arise. It's just about that reclassifying and trying to get it right.
So I think what I'm hearing from you, Councillor Tukapua, is that council might endorse the burn mowing to just arterial roads, and we have 80,000 allocated towards that activity, but in the meantime that we actually review the in my really simple mind, the maps to determine where actually should we best be spending that 80,000 to achieve the outcomes we're seeking, which might mean that there are some arterial routes that don't get done in order to do something else. That's a possibility. That's a possibility if that's the direction of the council table.
Can you just turn your mic off?
Oh, sorry, sir.
This is becoming a bit messy, and I don't want to prolong the conversation. I think we need to either support or not this, understanding obviously that there'll be further work to be done to consider what is, in my view, it's either no burn mowing or continue burn mowing, but that's a separate issue anyway.
Just a point of clarity, Your Worship, if this fails,
Yes?
is that the end of that's the end of the discussion?
No, it's not. No. It then goes back to, do we continue burn mowing or not?
Right, okay. Yep.
Correct. But if that then fails as well, then the conversation is over, unless there is a substantive motion that is different to the earlier motions.
Okay, so there was a division called for this, wasn't there? Yeah. Okay, so this time we'll start Councillor Horridge-Parr.
4.
Councillor Grimstone. Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Young.
4.
I am against. Councillor Tukapua. Councillor Timihana.
Against.
Councillor Proctor.
4.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Jennings.
4.
So the motion is lost. Okay, which now brings us back to the issue of whether we continue burn mowing in total or not. And
So a point of clarity from me was an issue I heard earlier raised, and I think it should be considered if there's the opportunity, because I'm hearing really loudly from the Levin ward representatives that they don't want burn mowing. So if there was a consideration to remove burn mowing in Levin and maintain our rural sector, then I would be happy to look at a motion towards that.
Happy to second that.
yeah, sorry, the Chief Executive wants.
I suppose the advice I'd offer to the table is I don't know what the cost of that is. That's not something that we'd sought from our contractor. We could adjourn the meeting, we could go have a chat to the contractor. I understand the sentiment, but cost of living versus cost of Foxton Shannon, we'd need to go do some work on that.
Could you just clarify again around I don't mow with BAM, it grows very long. What's the consequence of that?
Fire risk, and also nuisance complaints, which then creates a compliance role for Vi and her team. And obviously our advice in the deliberations report is currently we wouldn't have a mechanism. Sorry, I don't actually think it's in the deliberation report. It's some additional advice we offered. We currently wouldn't have a mechanism to charge the property owner when we went and mowed their berm for them.
I guess from a costing perspective then, yeah, it kind of seems to me like we could Uber a lawnmower and provision a budget to do that on a necessity basis, really.
Could could I remind the table about the advice that we've provided previously, which is around the cost structure that drives the provision of a burn mowing service, and the nature of how that provision is costed is about the amount of hours someone sits on a lawnmower, and so again, we would need to do some different costings if it was an Uber lawnmower service, because we couldn't assume the hours associated with that. The provision of burn mowing as a whole is about the number of lawnmower people we have. The arterial route concept, the way we sorted that with the contractor was still making sure we had a lawn mowing person to do it. So we've kind of got to think about it in contractor hour terms as well.
Councillor Brady,
I'm very happy to move. Let's go for it. So the passes are not reinstate burn mowing, but I'm happy to add something like around officers go away and look at, I guess, the efficiencies of the current contract in terms of what wastage is there, what are we doing, driving around looking for somewhere to mow in some places. If that's the case, let's stop doing that. And there's probably parts of our district that we do that. Finding some way of getting as efficient as possible, but I'm happy to move to either in or out reinstatement of burn mowing.
So, reinstatement of burn mowing. It's the continuation of burn mowing that you're moving.
This is saying that we're getting rid of it. The consultation.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, the consultation has been on stopping burn mowing.
Okay,
so, yeah, I think what the proposal actually has to read is that we continue with what we consulted on, which is stopping burn mowing. Now, if that gets voted down, then that's, the burn mowing continues. To me, this chopping and changing, we do this bit and we do that bit, I don't think that's what we consulted on. We consulted on stopping burn mowing or not. Urban burn mowing, yes, correct. Yes.
Just interesting point of order for me is that I did offer a motion that I heard second over there, and I haven't heard anyone come back to that motion.
So,
sorry.
remind me what that was, sorry.
So the option that I asked was that we considered that we remove Levin from the contract, given the high response from those elected members.
And that we include that in a motion. Let's just say you want to...
I was just reminding you what the point of it was.
So it was seconded by Councillor Brannigan. So the motion is that we remove Levin urban burn mowing. Is that the motion? So, yeah, look, so the motion would read that we remove Levin urban burn mowing only and retain burn mowing for the rest of the district. Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Tamihana. You wish to speak to it?
I will speak to it just really briefly because we've gone on way too long on this issue. I absolutely agree with the sentiments about the impact and the aesthetic look of our district. And I'm willing to mow my neighbour's booms if I have to. But I also think about Levin's the heart, of our district. It's the largest part of our district. They have access here to community services and other services here that we don't have in other sectors of our community, and I don't understand why we aren't looking towards those types of services to support burn mowing in this town. Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor.
So while I appreciate the sentiment that underlies this proposal, I can see it only leading to a sense of division within the communities and a sense of unfairness from the Levin people. So I can't support it, but I do want to foreshadow that should this fail, I want to come back to my initial challenge to the table, which is having listened to and understood the challenges around the impacts of taking away burn mowing, particularly to those coastal communities, that we need to do an all or nothing approach, and I will be supporting the all approach.
Thank you. Right, again we'll call Councillor Jennings, sorry.
Oh, look, I was just going to speak against the motion. Sorry, Justin. I just can't agree with the construction. Officers already suggested that there need to be further information, and I just need to again rebut this myth or this sentiment that Levin gets everything and the rest of the district gets nothing, because it's just not correct. In fact, if we want to get parochial about it, Levin has, I think it's 51% of the population, yet pays 55% of the rates for the total district. And so this whole suggestion that, that Levin gets everything and no one else gets everything, I can't agree with it. And the whole idea of what we went out with in terms of consultation was to share the pain right across the community, including through community centres to which everyone has access to. And so, yeah, look, I just for that reason alone, just in terms of where we end up in a parochial sense, I can't support. Councillor Boyle.
I won't be supporting this motion. I am confused as to why we're still talking about burn mowing, given the cost of it. I think we should get rid of it. I think if we were keeping it, we should hire a man and buy a lawnmower.
Okay, so moving on then, let's again we'll maintain the division voting system for this issue. So starting with Councillor Jennings. So what we're doing here is seeking support or not that Levin urban burn mowing is removed and council retained burn mowing for the rest of the district. Councillor Jennings. Against. Councillor Olsen. For. Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana.
For as per their representation.
Councillor Tukapua.
Against.
I'm voting against. Councillor Young.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against, only because I'm going for all in like Councillor.
Councillor Grimstone.
Against.
Councillor Horry-Parr.
Against.
So the motion is lost. Okay, so I'd really welcome a motion, and I'm actually going to move this, that as per the package in option 2, the recommendation is to stop urban burn mowing. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Proctor, thank you. So that motion is now on the table. Pardon? Can we just vote? I think I agree. We'll just vote. Everyone knows where they stand on this issue now. Councillor Proctor.
You'll put it up there, so it's the 240 at 0.5%.
Yes. Okay. So I will start this time and support that motion. Councillor Tukapua. Councillor Tamihana.
Against.
Councillor Proctor. Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Jennings.
For.
Councillor Horry-Parr.
For.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
For.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Young.
Against.
Sorry, can I change?
Can you change? No.
Okay.
This means it's lost. So.
Well, I read it wrong.
Pardon?
I read it wrong. You changed.
I don't know. You've thrown me into a bit of a spin there because the motion was that council stop urban burn mowing.
No, yeah, it was like, I think you read it.
Pardon?
I read it wrong.
So are you
So someone can put it as a substantive motion. Yeah. So
I'm not sure.
I said it before you started counting. But hang on.
So your vote is recorded as being against stopping burn mowing.
you don't want to stop burn mowing?
Yes.
That's correct. Is that what you're saying? Or you want to change your vote to? Do you want to
Stop.
Right. So that's what it says.
Really?
No. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So-
So you were saying that you voted against continuation of your vote, and you want to change your vote to being against vote for stopping your vote.
Yes.
I need to understand, is this procedurally acceptable? Because everyone voted.
Well, no. While you were going through, I said, don't worry.
Confusion. So you get everyone to vote again.
Okay. All right. So standing orders permits, because there is some confusion, that we can put the vote again, so that everybody gets the chance to say correctly. So the motion is that we stop urban burn mowing. That is the motion. You're either voting for stopping urban burn mowing or against stopping burn mowing. Understood?
No, I don't support, sorry, so I won't be participating in the vote. Thank you.
Sorry, what do you mean?
That was very clear to me. I have no doubt how I saw the votes happen and how you announced the result, and so I won't be participating in this round of voting. Thank you.
So you're abstaining? Okay. Chief Executive has just advised that maybe we take an adjournment, that she seeks some legal advice, because this may mean that there may be a judicial review around the issue. So let's just adjourn until that is satisfied, and then we'll come back with some further. Justin, I can't do it, Councillor. So I'm just going to ask the Chief Executive to explain or speak to the process that we're now going to unfold.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, councillors, I've just taken some time to ring the Chief Advisor of Taitoa and just seek his advice based on what has gone before us, and I've also taken the time just to review and record the video. Standing Orders 19.5 makes it clear that where there is confusion or error in the original division, the chairperson may call for a second division. And so that was the original advice we offered to Mayor Burney when it became apparent that Councillor Tukapoa had not understood the resolution and therefore had provided the vote in a way that she didn't want to be recorded. But obviously understand that there may be some concern, as outlined by Councillor Tamihana, when Mayor Burney went to call for that second division. The standing orders is very clear that the chairperson can call for the second division, and so that's been the advice I've provided to the Mayor, and that is the advice that I've been consistent on. What I have recommended to the Mayor, given the nature of the topic, but also to mitigate risk around this decision-making process, is that the Mayor outlines his intention to do that and seeks support from the table so that that could be recorded in the minutes before he then goes to call for the second division.
Are there any questions to that? So there is confusion because on re-looking at the recording, Councillor Tukapua's vote is not recorded. It can't be heard. Yet, obviously, Ashley must have heard something because the vote has been recorded she has heard that vote accordingly. Sorry? Yeah, so, yeah, people, but the mic has not picked it up. Everybody else has picked up, but her vote has not been picked up by the microphone. So there is some confusion. Understanding now that I have the ability to call for a second division, but as the Chief Executive has recommended, that I seek your approval to do that before we continue. So that is what I'm seeking now. And I don't want a debate about this. I just want a show of hands from those that support seeking a second division or those that do not seek a support for a second division. So, and we'll see what happens accordingly. So those that are in favour of seeking a second division, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. So there must be some abstaining. You're abstaining? There must be another one abstaining as well, is there? Yes. Sorry? So just seeking who's abstained from this division, Councillor Young, and there must be someone else who hasn't voted. Has everyone recorded the vote? Well, let's just say those in for again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you.
Please record my vote as an abstention.
Right. Okay, so there is a support for a second division on the matter. So, for clarity, can we have the resolution on the table again, please? All right. And the Chief Executive just reminded me that this is the full and final decision that we're going to have on burn mowing. It won't be doing again. Councillor Tamihana?
I suppose the only question for me would be, is there a process after this to raise a judicial review?
Just point of order, Mr. Mayor. If this is lost, surely there's the opportunity for someone to move that boom mowing continue.
My interpretation, if this is lost, then boom mowing does continue. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes, please. So,
Through you, Your Worship, my advice is that council obviously wouldn't seek judicial review on itself, but there might be someone that looks at this and however, I think that based on the advice I've given to council about what the mitigation we've put in place, that risk is low. The only other alternative option available to council is that you lay this on the table and await time for me to get legal assessment of it, which is not something I'm going to be able to do today.
all right. So the motion is that council stop urban burn mowing, saving 240,000 or 0.5%. So I will start again and vote yes. Councillor Young?
I abstain.
Abstain? Yes. Deputy Mayor Allen?
Against?
Councillor Boyle?
For.
Councillor Brannigan?
Against.
Councillor Grimstone?
For.
Councillor Horry-Depar?
For.
Councillor Jennings?
For.
Councillor Olsen?
Against.
Councillor Proctor?
For.
Councillor Tamihana?
Abstain.
Councillor Tukapua?
For.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
For.
Thank you. So the motion is carried 7-3. Thank you. Okay, now returning to the issue that Councillor Boyle raised about closing our facilities, Te Takuri Tangara Kurahopu and Te Awa Newstrom on Sundays. Councillor Boyle, do you wish to speak to that?
No, look, I think in the interest of efficiency, we should probably get to voting sooner than later.
Councillor Jennings?
So, Mr. Mayor, I was going to take a slightly different approach to this with a motion to frame this as not being specific to closing on Sundays, but to simply frame it as a motion to essentially realise or direct the Chief Executive find I think it was $77,000 worth of operational savings in relation to community centres. That way, it would allow the Chief Executive to use her discretion as to how to achieve that saving, which could mean that there could be facilities closed on public holidays or increased closure during winter versus summer, or making adjustments depending on what kind of demand we see. And so I think that that's a better outcome in terms of what we're trying to achieve, rather than dictating a particular a specific level of service change. Obviously just need to test that with through you, Mr. Chair, to the Chief Executive, and whether that is acceptable in terms of a level of service specification.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, and the only thing that I would just emphasise if Council do consider that motion is that the only way in which we will find that saving is in reducing the hours of opening. So I don't want to give the impression that we'll find it through some magic.
And so just to clarify, so that could be instead of closure on an entire day, it could be reduced hours on across a number of days, right? So yeah. So can I move that then?
Yes.
Unless you want to invite. Yeah.
Well, so we'll just get some wording though. So maybe propose closing Te Takuri Tanga Okura Hopo use space and Te Awa Newstrom to achieve the savings of $77,000. Are you happy with that? Sorry, closing that to achieve the saving. So take out on Sundays.
Maybe just reducing hours instead of
By
closing.
reducing hours.
Yeah. The front of the sentence.
Yeah. By. Yep. That's it. Thank you. So the proposal is to reduce hours of Te Takuri Tanga Okura Hopo youth space in Te Awa Newstrom to achieve the savings of $77,000. So moved by Councillor Jennings. Is there a second of? Councillor Proctor. Any further discussion on this? Put their motion. All those in favour, raise of hands this time, please. Against? Thank you. Noting that Councillor Brannigan's against that proposal. Councillor Boyle, sorry, didn't see that. Okay, so are there any other changes to the package? Councillor Proctor.
Thanks. I'm going to have a crack. This might be like moving a flood down the Hokaro stream, though. But it would be remiss of me to not try and fight for retaining some sort of adverse events emergency fund. As a professor of natural hazard that spends his time going around the world, talking to governments, talking to communities, talking to stakeholders about improving resilience and building resilience, I think we need to save at least a component of this fund going forward. It's a future-focused, forward-looking initiative that's going to save our community in the future. Everyone I've tested with this in central government loved this idea, from insurance companies, reinsurers, through to government officials. And I think we'd be doing a good service for our community if we retain some portion of this funding.
Is there a seconder for that proposal?
How much it costs.
Sorry?
Retaining whole.
So I'm happy to second if just to have the discussion.
Sorry.
I'm happy to second to get the matter on the table.
Okay. So, Councillor Proctor is suggesting that removing the fund for adverse events emergencies remains. What? No, it's in because this was a new. Oh, right. Council retain the fund for adverse events / emergencies. Costing $200,000. Well, that's up to you. You're making the proposal. Go for 100. So I've seconded it. It's been seconded by. You're okay with the 100 change to the 100,000? Okay, thank you. So Councillor Proctor, I'll give you the opportunity of speaking to this first.
I think I've already spoken.
So I like the sentiment of this, and I've always liked the idea of the adverse events emergency fund. I thought it was a sensible thing at the time. What I still haven't got my head around is that in the event that we do have a major emergency or adverse event, we're going to spend the money anyway. And even if we don't have a fund sitting aside, we're going to borrow the money because we'll do it out of necessity. And so the question for me is, do we take that approach and therefore it contributes to what will inevitably be then a council deficit at the end of the year, or do we rate for it so that the funds are sitting there ready to go? And so that's the kind of decision really for the table right now is, do we want to be proactive, have the money sitting aside, or given the constrained fiscal environment that we're in, do we just kind of run the risk, but we'll get access to the money that we need anyway? And so I'm on the fence on this. I'm keen to hear other people's views. I'm probably leaning a little bit more to the just react, certainly over the next 12 months, just given where we are in terms of our fiscal constraints. But yeah, happy to be persuaded. Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora, I suppose. Just to direct the question, if I can, through to the CEO, and picking up on Councillor Proctor's points, I am interested to know about whether this fund and council having this fund does complement to our insurances as was described. I'm actually interested to know if that's if that is actually a point of consideration, and are there other things other than insurance that complements us by having it on our books?
So I'll just I will answer the question, but having come from a council that had an adverse events fund of $4.9 million because they had saved money over years, the benefit of that fund for that council now who are faced with the recovery of the cyclone and being able to immediately contribute their 10% to NZTA's 90% emergency rate, which, remembering at the moment NZTA are consulting on reducing the emergency fire rate down from 90% to 80%. I think, like Councillor Jennings has described it well, is that whatever the situation, it's whether you want to react. And I think, let's be honest with ourselves. If it's a significant event, you're going to need more than 100k. But if we use the tornado as an example, which has just had its 2-year anniversary, and those councillors that were here at the time, you'll recall that very immediate conversation we were able to have with the Minister of Emergency Management at the time, because in the absence of a formal council resolution, you just backed me and said that we'd put some money aside. So I suppose by having some money allocated towards emergency, so in that situation what happened is the Minister said, I'll match whatever council puts in. So I think we put in 100k and the Minister put in 100k. We happened not to spend our share. We used the Minister's money first.
Shouldn't say that.
I shouldn't say that. Well, no, we were very upfront with Anima about that. And you know, 100k is not going to build us our $4.9 million reserve fund very quickly, but it's a start. So that's, yes, there are benefits, but ultimately it will have a, it might not be quite 0.2%, 0.1, so it's probably a 0.1%. Yeah.
Thank you for that, I appreciate that.
Oh, it is 0.2, sorry.
Couple of things for me. I will actually support this, Councillor Proctor. Noting a couple of things. One is NZTA's proposal to actually decrease the fire rate for emergency, the support there from 20 to 10%. So, we could need money for roading. And while we're going to be suggesting that that's not what they should do, it's unlikely that they will, since they've already signalled it. The other thing that causes me some interest is that the big cities like Auckland and Wellington are actually selling assets to create very much a resilient fund. That process is becoming more and more acceptable, if you like, in terms of councils at least having a little backstop in this case, but at least it's a backstop and a start. So I'm comfortable to support this. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Grimstone.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud here in terms of horse bargaining a little around this, because I'm also open to the logic around retaining some funds, but I'm also mindful that sometimes we give and sometimes we take. So I guess what I'd like to say is, well, is there somewhere else we can take this from that potentially sits either within option 3 to offset the impact on the rate, or potentially suggest we sell an additional 100,000 of carbon credits to cover year 1 at least.
Councillor Young.
I'm going to support this. We've had, as I said, tornado's been 2 years. It's going to happen again. Why not have a little bit of insurance? Mr. Mayor, can I just, I'm not going to speak further, but I just want to clarify one piece of information that might be useful for the table through the Chief Executive. Can you just confirm that my recollection that our insurance excess for any claim is $100,000?
Through your worship, no, it's 250,000. I might have been a bit hopeful when I said 100,000. It's 250,000.
Okay, so the resolution on the table is that Council retain the fund for adverse events / emergencies costing $100,000 or 0.2% of rates. Can I have a show of hands for those in favour? Against? So noted. Deputy Mayor Allen, Councillor Brannigan and Councillor Grimstone against, but the motion is carried. Okay, so the only thing left to discuss now is the recommendation from Councillor Tukapua around the management by CapEx program. And I'll just, while Ashley brings that up, this is the council requests the Chief Executive to identify $525,000 in capital savings in year 1 and year 2 to offset the reduction in depreciation funding, and the Chief Executive will present the proposed project reductions to the Council for approval in September 2024. I assume that is correct. Is that right, Councillor Tukapua?
Through your worship, I just have added an additional 3 words, which is by the same amount, into that resolution, because if the intent of this resolution, Councillor Tukapua, is to reduce the capital program in order to offset a decrease in depreciation funding, and so it would seem a little bit for council to approve that, you at the same time want them to be approving the decrease in depreciation funding. So basically what it does is capture that all in one resolution, and it would decrease rates by 1%. So at the moment you're sitting at
16.6. 16.6.
Off here. You're sitting at 16.5 at the moment, so this would take it down to 15.5. And Councillor Tukapua has obviously described the context of this resolution in a previous report, but the intent behind not naming what the projects are in order for us to await the final decision from NZTA on the GPS, but also to give us as officers some time to figure out, well, how could we shift things out from year 1 and year 2 in order to achieve this.
Are there any questions around this resolution? Because I have one, and I need to, probably Jacinda might be the best person to answer this. The impact that this has on debt, on the possibility that this then takes us over our 240% of operating to debt level, and what that would mean ensuing for the next 2 or 3 years in terms of reclaiming that 525,000 back to rates that might over the next 2 or 3 years.
So beautiful shadow seconding.
There's a couple of things to a couple of things to consider. So Standard & Poor's, when they spoke to us, when they came in for their visit, were very clear to us that they would be looking at a downgrade for us if we move. We're at risk of a downgrade if we start to go beyond 240%. We are at the 239 range now in terms of a percentage. So in terms of the resolution that was put forward, That was with an awareness that to keep it below the 240%, there would need to be some change to the capital program so that the borrowings was not impacted overall. In terms of considerations as well, we do have Three Waters coming in terms of the revaluation this year. We don't know for sure what level of depreciation is going to. We've assumed a certain level. We've assumed an average increase over the last couple of years of 6%. We're pushing to get that through audit at the moment. In the last couple of years before that, it was sitting at 8 and 9% on an average per year, but that's expected to come down. So we have pushed to get that up to 6 at least, and that's what's included in your numbers. So it does get us to the point that in year 3, you would have to have an additional $1 million onto rates, so that where you had 16, 11, and 9, you're going to have an extra $1 million needing to hit by year 3 to still meet the balanced budget. Otherwise, we're creeping beyond what we've tried really hard to claw back on. So those are some of the key considerations for you as part of this decision.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Can I just ask for a further translation? So that figure there, the 525,000 of capex, in turn keeps us below the 200 or the 240%. We don't breach it with that, right?
That's correct, but I also need to make sure I'm clear that in the financial strategy we agreed that we'd be fully balanced by year 3, and so to enable that to happen, we need to make sure that by year 3 we've recovered that cumulative impact of the $1 million.
Yeah. Yes.
So, yes, I've just been reminded we need a seconder for this proposal. Councillor Tamihana, thank you. So it is on the table. So now open for debate or discussion. Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, so in the option 3, which we didn't go for, did offer up already 140,000 of depreciation, but so really I've just pushed it up. Also, there was the reduced investment in roading of 400,000 offered in that package, which I signalled in that cycling improvements where we proposed to spend 721,000 this year. Should we get the NZTA funding, which is at low confidence, wait till September. That, among other things within the CAPEX program, there's the vehicles, there's the mobile phones, there's the at the moment that $5 per capita, which we've proposed, we're over actually that, like we're saying, we'll do 15 to 20,000 more than the population within those figures. So we have inflated some of those numbers on the CAPEX. I've raised it. So what I'm saying is I've identified numerous things, but leaving it up to the chief executive and her team to determine exactly what by September, knowing. So I guess we've heard that it doesn't breach the Standard & Poor's advice around the 240%. What this saves us is another percent, which will take us to 15.5. Currently, 78 councils around the country doing their long-term plans rates increases are ranging from 6% to 26%, and they've announced that the average across the country is 15%, and we're above it. But we are the third highest deprivation in the country, so we've got some of the poorest people paying the average rate, and not the highest, not the lowest. And at the same time, though, 15.5 or 16.5, whatever we determine after this, that's just the average. There'll be people paying more, and there's some people going to pay less, but by and large, 15.5 or 16.5 is where it's at. Like, this isn't stretching us too far. It's, I believe, manageable, because even if we talk about year 1, $18.2 million we're going to rate for depreciation, and by year 3 it's 22 million. So percentage wise, it's 82%, and I'm only looking to go down to 80.6. It's a fraction in the scheme of things, and transfers to this. If I wasn't confident that this can be done without providing some sort of relief, then I wouldn't propose it. So, hope that that's not too confusing. Honestly, hope that doesn't confuse anybody.
Councillor Browning. Just to have some comfort, the councillors around the table understand what this means. Can the Chief Executive please perhaps outline what the impacts of this would be and where those savings would be found?
Through your worship, and maybe the word savings is a little bit misleading, because essentially what we would be doing is shifting that work out to year 3 onwards, or in some cases it could be savings. It's difficult because we don't know the final outcome of the GPS from Waka Kotahi. So it could be as easy as removing a project because Waka Kotahi are not going to give us the subsidy anymore, or it could be as difficult as us needing to go through. So you'll remember the pretty robust capital prioritisation process we've gone through. It would be finding an additional 500k in year 1 and year 2 to get rid of or shift out. What that is, Councillor Brannigan, I can't give you that answer right now, but I think that certainly my preference would be that if councillors are going to pass this motion, that you give me the ability to do the work to figure out where that comes from, rather than giving the instruction, because I don't feel like I could give you the really clear advice today on the consequence of some of that.
A follow-up question is then, if that's going to be potentially, you said the words moved out, that 1%, is it 1%? 1%? Something like is, sorry, 1% is potentially going to be put on the rate in 3 years, not next year, the year after.
So
we might take it off this year's, but it'll come back sometime.
And I might hand over to Jacinta, who might be able to explain this better than me, but it's important we just don't get caught up in that there's 2 parts to this motion. There is essentially another reprioritisation of capital, so that's the 525, but the balanced budget part of this conversation is really important. And so what Jacinta's highlighting is, yes, you can do it right now and you'll keep within your 240, but we're just making sure it's recorded and noted that what that will mean is come year 3 of the long-term plan, rather than it being a 9% rates increase, which is currently projected, it will be 11%, because you'll need to add the $1 million back onto rates.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, can I just follow on from Councillor Brannigan's line of questioning? So accelerating or an accelerated disposal, property disposal or asset disposal can also fix this gap, right? So if we sold things sooner or realised a higher price for assets, that potentially solves part of that picture.
Correct, as would an accelerated growth process, which meant that our development contributions came in faster than we've forecasted, and obviously we've assumed, we've been quite conservative in our assumptions. Likewise, local water's done well. Who knows where we'll be in 2 years' time. So there is a lot of...
Just to clarify though, it doesn't change the need to increase our rates by $1 million in year 3. Yeah.
Essentially, we're going slower at reaching that year 3 point. We're kind of smoothing it over the 3 years, but with a sudden shock in year 3.
We are, and it's absolutely your decision, but I should mention they do look at our balance, they look at our losses, and the fact that we have losses that we operate every year, 6 million this year in terms of our balance of our accounts, and that we are operating at a loss. We still have a significant amount of debt-funded operating costs. So they do look at that as well, and I should mention that.
Councillor Boyle.
I can't support this as much as I'd like to. This is just delaying pain. This is just delaying today's pain and pushing it off for 2 more years and paying interest in the interim. We've spent a lot of time going through that capital budget with a fine-tooth comb. Finding 525k more in it is certainly possible, but it's going to be at the sacrifice of not doing things when they need to be done. And we're going to be paying this back 2 years from now with the interest on it as well. It's going to be, this is a problem that we're just going to push on to the future. I don't see why we should be doing that. We need to get back to a balanced budget. We need to pay when we need to pay. We don't need to get closer to our debt ceiling. We need to get further away from it.
Sorry, if you've spoken.
I think I just asked a question.
Okay.
Didn't I? Can I? Yeah, just give me 1 minute.
Yes.
Is that right? Thank you. All I was going to say is that I raised the issue of depreciation in a workshop last year, and there was a bit of an allergic reaction to doing some further work around it. So my feeling when this initially was put on the table was that this again was a little bit 11th hour, and that maybe I didn't have the level of confidence to kind of back this at this point, because I felt we could have done a whole lot more work around this months ago if we would looked up. But that said, I do have confidence that Councillor Tukapua has sort of engaged with staff and understood quite clearly how this would work, what the impacts are, and I think what it does do is it means that we have to take a 12-month view in terms of the rates increase come 1 July, but also that 3-year view in terms of what the progression is in terms of those rate increases. And this does have some appeal in terms of potentially smoothing that rates increase over that 3-year period. So I do have some attraction to this, but keen to hear other views.
Look, I can't support this. I believe that we've set a plan. We need to balance the budget to further move things out, especially to a new council in 2027 when the next long-term plan will be, is again putting pressure on them to impose rates increases that they've had nothing to do with. And I've seen on many occasions where we have made decisions that where we've either deferred or reduced, especially depreciation, and it's had a significant impact in future years where we've actually been pressured into further reducing depreciation, because that is generally the only lever that you have to be able to cut some of the pressures that are on rates. And I think that we need to be brave and courageous and stick to the plan, and that I think the signals that it sends to, and I'm very conscious of what Standard & Poor's said to us in that meeting around our debt levels. I think 240% debt level is way too high. I don't think it's very prudent that we keep accepting that even 239% is very good. And when you look at the report of the levels of that ratio in other councils, we are extremely high compared to most councils around the country. And I think that we need to bite that bullet. I'm also conscious that many people in submissions said, get your debt down. That we need to be conscious of what we've got. So I'm, again, in year 2, 3 of a long-term plan, we should be sticking to that plan. I don't think we should be deferring or trying to smooth out. We need to make those courageous decisions now. So that's why I won't be supporting it. Councillor, tell me.
Kia ora. Look, I ain't no financial whiz. But what I do value actually is Councillor Tukapua's continued, well presented, well articulated, well researched matters that she brings to this table. Fourth term councillor that knows how this organisation works. I have some confidence that what's being presented here absolutely is an option. I think that we do need to balance how the impact is felt across our community, and I think another 1% potential saving right now would be welcomed by the majority of this community, especially those that are struggling. I think that, I'm reminded I walked into this building and you were already at a massive debt level, so I've inherited decisions of past council. Thank you, and thank you for passing those on to me that I carry now today. All those really diligent people that have made conscious decisions to support and benefit their community that I'm now sitting here having to repair. So I'm going to support this motion. I'm going to support the fact that the person that submitted this motion actually knows what they're talking about. They've done their work. They've done their homework. And you know what? If that means that our operation have to tighten their belt and be prudent in decisions as we go forward and cut your cloth and stop doing all the nicely, fairly goody stuff, then I think this council should move, and I think there are some things going on around us out of our control, but we've had 3 examples today potentially where there's other resourcing that could come in to offset. I don't like debt. I don't even have debt. Some reason we don't have an issue at 230%. Now we're moving to 239. 240 is the cap. I don't think any of our community want this, but I think the offer here is better than what we're looking at.
Councillor. Hey, look, I won't support this either. For me, it's probably more around making sure that we actually take care of ourselves now rather than putting it on to the next council and obviously the next generation of ratepayers, I guess you could say. I do appreciate the work that Council Tupu has done around this. But yeah, for me, it's just about doing our own thing and making sure we're paying our way ourselves.
Councillor Tupu, you have a right of reply.
Yeah. So, listening to all the different sides and views of it, basically, we're in a recession now. The cost of living crisis for people is now. Now, economists are, forecasting that we might be in a better position middle of next year, smooth out to the year, which is why the help needs to come now, not in 3 years. And we, even though we're, someone's word, smoothing that out or putting what we would today onto year 3, means that people are in a better, I hope they're in a better financial position to handle an increase then rather than a big one now. And look, we're only talking 1%. The things that are driving this increase is interest, insurance, and depreciation. That's the chunk of what we're looking at. We can't control interest and we can't control insurance, but we can control depreciation. And all I'm looking at is, instead of us doing this year 82%, 80.6, we will still reach the 22 million by year 3. And if you look at the submission, I raised it, submission 323, around someone that's getting an income of $95,000. That's actually quite nice. But we've got plenty of people in our community on much lower than that, half of that, and a lot less than that. And if this person quite factually can articulate and demonstrate how after they've paid all the necessities, don't have money to go to the doctors, don't have money for all these other essentials, if that 95,000 can't afford it, how is the 45,000 going to afford it? Or the 30,000, those fixed incomes? We have a quarter of our population, 25% on fixed incomes just in the 65 plus group. We've got a lot of beneficiaries, Now, I asked for MSD figures so that I could say, well, you know, some people say, oh, no, well, don't worry about them because, you know, the government will prop them up. If there's increase in their rents, that'll be covered by them. That's actually not true. A lot of them are already receiving the full amount of the accommodation supplement. They don't fit the criteria or qualify for more. So if their rent goes up, that's it. It means less for other things. I've talked to people that help them with budgeting. True story. They're struggling now, and we're only just going to pass it on. We can hold the ground, like those examples that Sam said about, you know, or even Monique about if DC's coming sooner or there's a property sale. You know, it's not going to be the impact that, you know, you might think we're going to receive. So we can balance the budget. With this proposal, we'll still meet our financial strategy. We'll provide a little bit more relief by 1%, and I just urge you, this is a genuine option, and it's not going to put us in any serious situations, but help the people.
Okay, we'll call for division on this matter as well. So I'm going to start this time. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against.
Councillor Grimstone.
For.
Councillor Horry-Depar.
For.
Councillor Jennings.
Or.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
Councillor Proctor.
Against.
Councillor Tamihana.
For.
Councillor Tukapua.
For.
I am voting against. And Councillor Young.
For.
Sorry? Equal. So it's 6-all. So it remains not passed.
Can you just push it? Well, scroll down.
Right. So the chair doesn't have a casting vote. All right. We also have just breached our 6 hours. So can move by Deputy Mayor Allen, second by Councillor Boyle, that we extend our meeting time past the 6 hours. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I'm aware, Councillor Boyle, you had a resolution that you wish to
I'd
promote.
like to put forward a resolution. So just to confirm, your process here is we are now assembling a package, despite the fact that you've signalled that you wanted to move the option 2.5, which was the one where we don't assemble a package. But we're assembling a package. Cool, great. In that case, in the package, I'd like to put forward a motion that I've already sent to Ash. The council endorsed the inclusion of an additional $5,000 in the budget to enable officers to establish gender neutral bathrooms in our public facilities, with any remainder of the funding being used to support our rainbow communities.
Councillor Tukapua.
Yeah, just I wondered if that would trigger significance in terms of community interest.
Why?
Because out of 499 submissions, only one person asked for this. And it means that women, girls who might be uncomfortable or unsafe in some situation might have something to say about it, and because it is a new thing, and I just think it would get a level of community interest that triggers significance and requires consultation for a fair process so everyone can be heard. I know it's only a little bit of money, but it's actually what it is.
Sorry? Is there a seconder? Yes, that's my first question. Is there a seconder for this proposal? Councillor Young, thank you. Questions first. Are there any questions that councillors have?
That was a question.
Would it trigger significance? And I think the Chief Executive is trying to mull that over. While maybe she's doing that, yeah, I'll just let her do that. Understand, maybe, Brent, you might have a response in terms, I would imagine, $5,000 to cover all our public facilities in terms of this would be a drop in the ocean and wouldn't actually get very far in terms of being able to do that.
We're talking signage. We're talking putting signs on every disability bathroom in every facility. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4. We're talking 5 signs.
So my question then is, can that not be included in ordinary operational budgets if council support it, or does it have to be a new?
Well, I think it would need to be debated in this chambers given the significance of it that some people would see. I think council staff probably don't feel empowered enough to just go and make that statement that the public might lash back at.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry if it seems really, really dense, but are we talking about, this is getting down to the weeds, are we talking about like single toilet bathrooms like at Te Takari, or are we talking about where like the toilets here, where they might have multiple stalls? Like, is it like? Can I just get that?
I think it'd probably be best for staff to comment on the actual layout of each facility if you want to get into the weeds of it. But the logical statement is that there is a room with a bathroom that somebody who doesn't identify as male or female can go to. It's a sign on a door.
Okay, so just to be crystal clear, these women's ones would stay women's ones?
Any bathrooms are taken away from any genders. I'm just proposing that there is an available gender-neutral bathroom in all public facilities we have.
So in this case, it would be the disabled toilet would have that signage.
In this case, it would be the disabled toilet. In Te Takari, there's a number of bathrooms that it could be. It would be one of them. Same in Tans. Is there one bathroom somewhere? Is there a disabled bathroom downstairs? There is. Is there a disabled bathroom at the pools? Yeah.
What do they do for disabled?
What are they? They can be disabled and gender neutral. Some people are both.
Your Worship, can I suggest that this is a workshop discussion at some stage, because there is while it's a small amount of money, will you shut up? There is intense public interest in this type of discussion. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just saying this needs to be a full discussion, not just tacked onto something as large as this LTP. So perhaps give it the discussion it needs. I don't think it's tonight.
I must admit that I'm very conscious of introducing new topics or new
proposals.
proposals.
Already on the table with a seconder, so I think
I agree. But I mean, okay, well, and that's the suggestion that Councillor Brannigan's making, is that it needs further work by the table. So that may add, more information, more data in terms of what it means. I know
they are more than welcome to put through an amendment if they want.
Sure. Yes.
Through you, Your Worship, and I was just taking some time to do a little bit of research because it's important that my personal views aren't reflected in this. So on the face of it, my advice to council is that if you think that there would be high public interest in this, then it would. I don't think it would trigger significance in terms of a Section 82 or 83, but it's more, does it require conversation? In terms of the financial component and the what I'm hearing from the way that Councillor Boyle's describing it is it doesn't actually take away anything from those who are currently using facilities in the way that they currently would, then I don't, like, my advice is it would be difficult to justify why it would trigger significance in the way that maybe the question was asked. But yeah, I think that clearly it's of a nature where councillors will have views. We all want to represent community, and so it's really for you to decide whether you think there's high public interest, and if there is, then you might want to think about how you could use existing networks. So I'm thinking like the Disability and Inclusion Network, our Youth Voice, our UNICA group. I know that even here in our organisation we have a rainbow community. So like we have networks we could use to get advice and guidance. But for the amount of money and what I'm hearing from Councillor Boyle, it feels like if there was endorsement at this table, it then becomes quite an operational matter.
I'd just like to point out that we just had Pink Shirt Day, by, celebrating diversity and promoting kindness and inclusion. So, yeah, just think about that.
In terms of significance, 5.3 of our significance engagement policy says that we do not need to consult if this is a health and safety matter. The health and safety of people can be considered at stake.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder for this motion, and understanding the conversation that's been on. I just need a show of hands for this. The council endorsed the inclusion of an additional...
I'd like division.
You'd like a division? Okay. So division's been called for. The council endorsed the inclusion of an additional $5,000 into the budget to enable officers to establish gender-neutral bathroom signage at our public facilities, with any remainder of this funding being used to support our rainbow communities. So, division, let's start at the middle. Councillor Jennings.
4.
Councillor Horitapa.
4.
Councillor Grimstone.
4.
Councillor Brannigan.
Against for the reasons outlined.
Councillor Boyle.
4.
Deputy Mayor Allen.
4.
Councillor Young.
4.
I will vote for. Councillor Tukapua.
Against for the reason I outlined.
Councillor Tamihana.
Against for the same reasons.
Councillor Proctor.
4.
Councillor Olsen.
Against.
The motion is carried. 8-4. Okay, has anyone else any matters that they wish to raise before we put the motion around our rates total?
So, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Jennings.
I'd foreshadowed earlier on in under 6.2 or whatever it was that I wanted to just put forward something on the Horowhenua Crime Camera Trusts. Can I do that now? Yeah. So I'll just move it, and like I move that a place. Oh, sorry, Ashley's got the wording. Sorry. I'll just, while she brings it up, I'll just speak. I'll speak. Oh no, I need a second. Oh yeah, there we go.
So the recommendation or resolution reads that council approves a $20,000 placeholder over year 1 and 2 for the Horowhenua Community Camera Trust for infrastructure to enable external co-funding grant requests. Want to elaborate on what you're actually...
So basically, the Crime Camera Trust, which I'm a representative on, has done a whole lot of work to set out a capital program in order to increase and enhance the camera network across the district, including in be outside of Levin and a range of different communities. And one of the things that they do is they obviously apply for grants to other third parties.
And what can increase the chances of getting that external funding to do that is if there is a co-funding portion that. So they've found in the past that applications have been well received and successful where they can demonstrate support from the local authority. And so this is about council acknowledging that we don't want to be the primary funder for cameras in our community, but we have a role to play in that we can help some of this stuff, help some of these applications get over the line by being a co-funder. Doesn't necessarily mean that the full $20,000 would be used, but essentially it's there and it would allow them to make an application to us and also indicate that they were making an application to a third party. So, for example, to put crime cameras down in Waikawa Beach, which is a current topic of discussion for that community. It may be that the Crime Camera Trust goes and says to Eastern Central, we want to do this network. We've got a $5,000 contribution from council. Can you match the other $5,000? So that's the intent and aim of it. And so hoping that someone will second and let's at least take it to a vote.
Okay, so you've heard the context of what Councillor Jennings is proposing. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Allen has seconded, so it's on the table. Any further discussion? Sorry, the one piece I just forgot to say was that obviously this is a community organisation that is about preventing crime and community safety, as well as the perception of safety. And so the whole idea of the Community Camera Trust and the network of cameras is to try and prevent crime, but also give people a sense of feeling and safety within their community. And so I really thank them for their huge amount of work and effort. And as I say, their very extensive and detailed capital program. This is a drop in the bucket, but this will help that progressive development of the camera infrastructure, including, for example, potentially at Taraika and other subdivisions where if they can have those discussions at the front end, installing the equipment and the infrastructure needed can be done at a fraction of the cost. So. Any further contributions? In that case, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Grimstone, so noted. No one else? Okay. Thank you. The motion's carried. Councillor Tamihara, I believe you have a resolution that you'd like to promote.
Yeah, I would. I'd like council to consider a reduction in the economic development contract that we have with the Horford Company of up to $250,000. I think my reasons don't need to be explained. I haven't. I think if we were going to cut costs and show diligence to our community, then this is something for me that we should definitely be looking at reducing. It can be picked up again later at another time if the economy recovers as forecast. But personally, I think this is another thing that we should be looking to reduce. Kia ora.
Is there a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Boyle, thank you. Right, anything you want to add as the mover? Can I just say that I'm against this resolution? We've just passed a resolution earlier in the day where the business community is going to be basically paying for economic development, 75% of it at least. And I think that from the submissions and what I've listened to around the table, it's a user pays pretty much type of thing, and business is going to be paying for economic development. I'm also extremely conscious that next year we have resolved to ensure that we have a Section 17A review of our economic development contract, and I want to ensure that currently we maintain what we are providing in that contract for at least another year, and then we will have that discussion about further sort of support or not for that contract when that comes up. So that's where I stand anyway. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I join with you in opposing the motion, Mr. Mayor. We need to understand the history of the company and the KPIs, all of which have been met. The opportunity to engage with the company when they presented here, and there has been, in my recollection, no real sound challenges to the way they've been doing business. In terms of looking at it from a more macro level, a more strategic level, you've referred to that already, Mr. Mayor, but I do want to emphasise one of our community outcomes, which is the vibrant economy. Integral to that, in my view, is the role that the company has played, I believe is playing, and I really hope will continue to play. You've referenced quite rightly the Section 17A review, where we look at the whole business of economic development. But with our population increase, projected increase, and all the impacts of that in terms of how we do business, the company to me is a very important player in that, at least in the meantime. And so I totally disagree with the recommendation.
Councillor Jennings. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to strongly speak against the motion, but look, I understand why the motion's been made in terms of that this is one of those areas where perhaps our community don't fully understand the benefit and don't often see the tangible results. But it is an investment. It's an investment in our future. It shouldn't be viewed as simply as a cost that we can temporarily pause. As attractive as that might be, but I think what the Horowhenua Company has delivered, and I want to acknowledge Katrina, CEO of the Horowhenua Company, in the gallery here tonight. I do want to say that the company and our economic development activity has consistently, year on year, returned. There's been a return on investment. We've seen the benefits. We've seen the money that's come into this community from various other opportunities and funding sources. And so this is an activity I feel really strongly about, and I'd love to have my pom-poms and cheerleading outfit on right now, going go economic development, because I know I've given you a really good mental image, but honestly, this is about growth. It's about supporting our businesses. It's about maximising and capitalising the biggest capital project we've seen in our district, O2NL. The opportunities and having a strong partner there in terms of economic development to optimise and realise the benefits out of that project is so key. So I really ask that elected members reflect on also the other decisions we've made tonight. For example, the carbon emissions portal. You know, that's a small investment, I get it, but it's about an investment in the future. It's an investment that will inform and give us better information, and that's exactly what we get through the economic development activity, as well as a range of other benefits. So, look, I just urge people to maintain the current level of funding. The whole reason we put the targeted rate in place was to protect and create a sustainable funding model for this activity. So, yeah, please don't support this motion.
Councillor Robson. I probably don't have too much to add. Just hoping that maybe Sam doesn't put a leotard on with his pom-poms. But I guess for me, just given the current financial environment, I'd actually see an investment in economic development is probably paramount. Like, we actually probably should be increasing it given what we need to get ahead. O2NL is probably a big one for me as well, and the opportunities that will come with that, and economic development for me sort of dovetails into that same sort of conversation. So I don't need to add much more than that's already been said.
Councillor Young.
Just like to say, I'd love to see Councillor Jennings and pom-poms, and yeah, I think as I say, they've met the KPIs. Happy to go against this one.
Councillor Boyle.
Happy to speak in support of the motion, especially given I seconded it. You've said yourself earlier, Danny, that we've made this a targeted rate now, and people are going to be getting huge bills, some of them over 10k. doing this should reduce them to a more reasonable 6 or 7 K. So I thought that might help with that problem. I've yet to see adequate evidence on the return on investment for our council or our district from the company throughout any of their reports. We've had recent workshops with overpriced, outsourced, expensive consultants, so trying to build some kind of case for what they do. I find it pretty hard to justify. The data we get from them is an infometrics report that somebody's spent a long time making some pretty graphics around. It doesn't make sense to me that we outsource this to another company, that we pay another CEO salary, that we pay another office, when it is something we could do in-house. We had a submission during our long-term plan that 6 people have talked to us in the last year about doing something. Wow, I think council's probably got enough time to deal with 6 people. I don't see how council couldn't do this better in-house. I don't see how our spending money on this currently is justified, especially in the economic climate. I think we should be reducing the budget. I look forward to the Section 17A review.
Councillor Tamihana is the mover of the motion. Do you wish to write a reply? They've had an ample opportunity.
Well, thank you for your considered feedback. I resonate highly with Councillor Rogan, and so some of the things that I've noted here is, 1, it's not core council business. 2, if you brought the service in-house and provided a resource to do this job on behalf of council, then I get it. Certainly don't support the continuing of outsourcing. There is no evidence about the return that it's brought into this council or to our community, other than what people perceive or are told. Business growth, house. I don't see it. One submitter raised the question. They asked where the $4.9 million went from the sale of the archives property. Was never answered. And I still haven't heard it come through anywhere where that money went. That's $4.9 million off one sale, and they still want $650,000 off this council and our residents. I welcome the 17A review also, but that's for later. That's not for now. This is a 0.5 by my calculation % reduction in rate. I have an issue with the Horowhenua company because there's a huge opportunity here to work with our Māori community. Latest figures show that the Māori economy is worth $30 billion. We have 2 unsettled iwi here and 2 other iwi that have settled, that this company, to my knowledge, haven't done anything for. Meetings, saying hi, sending emails, doesn't get outcomes. So I've got no issue at all in reducing this. Prove to me why they're worth $650,000 a year of ratepayer money. And it's every year. Show me where those returns are. So I will continue to advocate that. I don't believe the service is essential. I don't believe the service should be sourced outside, and I don't think our ratepayers should be propping up people that actually are probably a bit cleverer than the system. So that's my point. So happy to hear the vote and have it recorded, and the Division 2 thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so division is called. Piece of paper again. So, starting Councillor Olsen, for or against? Against. Councillor Proctor? Against. Councillor Tamihana? For. Councillor Tukapua? I will vote against. Councillor Young?
I also will vote against.
Deputy Mayor Allen?
Against.
Councillor Boyle?
For.
Councillor Brannigan?
Against.
Councillor Grimstone?
Against.
Councillor Horitapa?
Against.
Councillor Jennings.
Against.
So the motion is lost. Thank you. 10 to 2. Thank you. So, any other matters? In that case, the final resolution is that Council adopt an average rates increase of 16.6%, which reflects option 2 as consulted in the long-term plan, noting the amendments as recorded in the minutes. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young, thank you. I'm going to put that without any further discussion because we've discussed enough. So, again, show of hands. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Tukapua's nay vote is noted. It is passed. Thank you. That brings us to the end. One. Late item. Oh, late item. Well, nearly, yeah, so thankfully someone's on the...
While you do that, I forgot, guys, I brought back the beans from our city from last year. I'd like to pass them on to somebody. Perry, do you want to take these beans? I think you're in charge of them. It's the only person voting no on such horrendous rates rise.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to declare a conflict in relation to the electoral matter.
So, the late item, yeah, we will note that Councillor Jennings has declared a conflict of interest for this, so will not be supporting. So the purpose of this is for Council to decide. I thought it was 3 candidates that we could vote for. It's up to 3. It says 2 in the that Horowhenua District Council will vote for in the upcoming electorate trust election. Move 2.1, 2.2 that we receive the report. Could I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So the process is that every councillor gets the opportunity to nominate 3 people that they wish the council to support. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to vote for 3 people. You can just name the personal persons that you want to support in this election. So first of all, though, we have to decide that the council proceeds with exercising its voting rights. Moved by Deputy Mayor Allen, seconded by Councillor Young. Comfortable? Thank you. All those in favour of that process? Against? Carried. Thank you. So you will note that there are 4 candidates, Penny Gaylord, Corey Kennett, Neil Mackay and John Yeoman. How have you got those recorded on there? What order? Have you got any order?
Same order as in the paper.
So in terms of councillor votes, you will just, okay, so we'll just go around the table. Yeah. Yes, 2. So that people can't see who everyone's voting for. That's appropriate, yes. All right. I'll start then and vote for Corey Kennett, Neil Mackay and John Yeoman. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Gaynor, Kennett, Yeoman.
Councillor Boyle.
Penny Gaylord, Neil Mackay, John Yeoman.
Councillor Olsen.
Just Corey and John, thank you.
Councillor Proctor. Thank you. Councillor Young. Kennett and Yeoman, thank you. Councillor Horowhenua. Kennett, Yeoman. Councillor Brannigan.
Gaylord, Kennett, Yeoman.
Thank you. Councillor Grimstone. Councillor Tukapua.
Just John Yeoman.
Councillor Tamihana.
Kenneth Yeoman.
Thank you. Then the resolution now reads that the Horowhenua District Council votes for Penny Gaylor, Corey Kennett and John Yeoman in the 2024 Electra Trust elections. I'll move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much. We got there. Thank you very much, everybody, for the way that you have conducted yourselves today. I think it's been, well, we've had the odd little hiccup. It's been very, very good. There is a meal for us following this as well, so please don't disappear. Please get back. Sorry, Councillor Young.
Just before the closing karakia, just let everyone know it's Youth Week and there's laser tag in the youth space. Feel free to come along.
Councillor Young. Deputy Mayor Allen.
Look, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the job that you've done today. It was an enormous piece of work, and to actually make it happen and keep us included on that journey, I think is something we need to acknowledge. So thank you.
Comments? Thank you. Councillor Tamihana.
I know I wanted to do the same. I did mention to Councillor Jennings how impressed I was about the way the council worked together, workshopped together, and the support we had from Monique and the team. That's actually, obviously assisted us today and being able to get through our workload today and not having to come back tomorrow. So just want to really acknowledge that and the huge amount of work. And, we might not all be happy with the outcomes, but I know that 16.6 for me was much better than 24.3 where we started. So just acknowledging that.
Yeah, look, thank you to those that have watched the proceedings for a long time. If any of you started at midday and are still watching at 6:30, then I suggest you need to look at coming and putting yourselves up for election next year, because you've obviously got a real interest in terms of what happens in local government. Just reiterating the support of officers. Can I thank Ashley especially and Alice today for the work that they have done, because I know with Grayson not being here, there was real added pressure in terms of that, so really appreciate that. Yeah, and to Monique and her team, just again, I'm sure after we started in August 2023 to finally get to this decision today, you will go home and have a good night's sleep, I'm sure.
Through you, Your Worship, we still need to get through audit. And you still have to adopt the LTP, so the work is not finished.
And the poor team has to go through line by line to change, round up our numbers and the fees and charges. 1,000? Was it 1,000 fees?
Could we now finish with our closing karakia, please? $42 million. I think